What's going on,
KingSithis is now live
guys?
streaming
Sithis
World of
here.
Warcraft.
Back at
Talk
it with
to AnCaps.
another live stream here with my buddy old pal. Taxation is theft. I have a new setup going on here. I don't know if you guys notice. Let me know what you guys think of my new setup. I'm getting rid of the green screen. I hope you guys like it. And yeah. So I kind of got rid of the green screen because it was using up a lot of resources in order to, make. I was using NVIDIA Broadcast in order to get the green screen background taken out. And I had a big green screen, which was taking up a lot of space in my place. And I don't really have a spacious place anyways. Oh, hey, my brother in Christ.
Oh.
Number 1 Belle Delphine Defender.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello Cithis and debaters. Also, looks great now.
Oh, I
Looks
was
good.
muted. I said what's up. That's a very good picture of Belle.
It is.
That might be one of my favorites. Damn, something about the black things on the cheeks. It's very good.
Yeah, it was the first picture she posted since she came back.
Nice hair. I like her hair like that. Is that her real hair?
Yeah.
It looks real.
It
I like
is.
that better than I like that a lot better than like the pink wig thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. She's like a 10 there. What's up, Moon Angel?
Hello.
Doing fine, thank you. What about you? How are you doing?
Doing good.
Well, I would be doing well. I would be doing well, except there is the state.
Yes.
Right.
There's a what?
Oh, I got jump scared by Foxy.
What'd you say,
I'm
Moon Angel?
There's a what? Sorry.
I said I would be doing good, except there is the state.
Yes.
Oh. Which one?
All of them.
the enemy.
The government. Or to put it, as Rothbard put it, the state, the government, the supreme, the aggressor against the persons and property of the mass of the public. All states,
Yes.
everywhere,
You're doing the voice
whether
pretty
red,
well.
I see.
whether red, white, blue, or brown, whether democratic or dictatorial or monarchical, the state. For
Interesting.
centuries, the state has robbed people at bayonet point and called it taxation. For centuries, the state has enslaved people into its armed battalions and called the enslavement conscription.
Yes.
The state.
Yes.
How do you think people could coexist in another way than in a state?
Or without
I
a
think
state.
that question, while superficially that would seem to be a very reasonable question, I think it kind of presupposes a false paradigm in the first place, which is that the state is why we're coexisting now. I don't think that's true. That is to say, I think that human beings cooperate out of mutual self-interest. And what people really look to the state for is not to make people cooperate, because it actually doesn't. There's no law that says you have to, for instance, participate in a division of labor. There's no law that says you have to have friends or romance partners or, have a job and start a business or something. All of the cooperation we do is voluntary, not forced by the state. What people really primarily look to the state for is protection against violent aggression. And I think a better question that might be kind of along the lines you were thinking is, without the state, how can you protect people against violent aggression? Is that the nature of really what you were thinking?
No, I really meant my question, and the beginning of your answer was really interesting. Would you attribute those actions, so as you said, like making friends and so on, like we're not forced by the state to do those things, would you attribute those to nature? Would you say that it would get to be an organic way for human beings to organize themselves?
Yes, I mean the very fact that the state doesn't make us do those things now, and yet we do them anyway, would necessarily mean that there is a cause outside of the state uh, for us doing those things.
Yes. Do
And
you
I
think that?
do them for
Sorry.
lots of reasons. Broadly speaking, of course, we're a social species. We like to have friends. It serves us to have a division of labor. You know, I can gain more resources for myself if I participate in business relationships with you and so on.
Do you think that organic way is superior, and that it's feasible, if that makes sense?
Well, if by the organic way, you just mean humans cooperating out of mutual self-interest and voluntary agreements. Things like friendship and business and romance, then yes, I definitely think that's superior. If we're contrasting voluntary associations and cooperation with, forced relationships and so on. Oh, hi, buddy. Oh, my son just came and gave me a hug. Um, which, by the way, that's a voluntary association.
That hug.
Anyway,
Do you think that
Yeah.
could work at the scale of the world? Because I agree with you.
it already does. That is at the scale of the world. There's not some world government making you and me. You sound to be in Europe. I'm in America.
Yeah.
There's not some world government making me and you have a friendly conversation right now. We're doing so voluntarily of our own volition.
Of course, but
And so, yes, it already does work at the scale of the world.
Of course, but I mean, as in every single thing, and without any state on the planet.
For everything to be well, if we're being realistic, everything won't be voluntary. Meaning, there are carjackers, there are burglars, there are robbers, there's bad guys that impose involuntary associations, and I would consider them all bad guys. That is, everyone who imposes involuntary associations, as I am a voluntarist. And voluntarism is the idea, the moral principle that all human associations should be voluntary, as far as possible, anyway. Not to say that there won't be involuntary ones, but we condemn those. We consider those wrong. Robbery and rape and murder and so forth.
Yeah.
We do, and most people think that way too. Most people think that way and just make a huge exception for the state. For instance, if I were to, on my own, say, "Hey, you have to pay me a percentage of your money, or I'm gonna lock you in a cage," and you have to, if I command you to, serve in my armed forces
KingSithis,
and
would you
kill my
like
enemies
96
or die in
viewers?
the process,
Come in, bot
or else I'm going to use violence against you
Come.
myself, well, I would clearly be recognizable as a monstrous criminal. But if the state behaves in the exact same way, then the people see it differently. And to a voluntarist, there is no difference.
Yes. I agree with you on everything, but it's just that as much as I think the best way for human beings to organize themselves is the organic one, I'm kind of being a fatalist in the sense that I think there's always going to be, as it's probably the way it happened in history when states started existing, or whatever happened a very long time ago, a group of people would just come in power, right? Dominate other people, rule over with a certain law. Whatever movement we're talking about, as it's done today.
Wow, looks a little different today.
That's the exact same. It's this thing that's going on quite exactly. I think some human beings are always going to do that. It seems to me that that would never happen. So it's the only reason I wouldn't support. It seems to me that it's a lost cause. I'm being quite a fatalist in this regard, even though I think it is the best thing that could happen. But I think it wouldn't happen. What do you think about this?
So, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds to me like you agree with us that anarchy is desirable, but you are skeptical that it is possible.
That what? Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning.
It sounds to me like you agree with us that anarchy, that is a society without force, or at least where it's not legalized, that anarchy is desirable. Voluntarism, a society where it's all consensual interactions and transactions rather than forced relationships, that is desirable. You're just skeptical about the premise that it's on the menu, that it's possible, that we can achieve that.
Is that all anarchy means? Well, because the way you defined it, my answer would be simply yes. But is that what anarchy simply means?
Yeah, look, anarchy, it comes from the Greek words "an" to mean lack of, and "archos" to mean rulers, lack of rulers. And we would generally define a ruler. Me and Sithis, by the way, are anarchists. And we would generally define a ruler. Correct me if you would say it differently, Sithis, but we would generally define a ruler along the lines of somebody who imposes a mandatory forced hierarchy onto somebody else who does not agree. If, for instance, I were to say that, you now must obey me, I get to decide what plants you can grow at your house, and I get to decide, what you have for breakfast, and you have to pay me a quarter of your money, and so on. I would be your ruler. I should point out that we're not against all hierarchies, because that would be impossible. A chess club might have an organizer. A tattoo shop may have an owner. A charity will have a director. A football team might have a coach. These are hierarchies, but we don't have a problem with these because they're voluntary. You choose this. You agree to voluntarily be part of the football team and, do the plays that the coach says, and it's part of the arrangement. The issue we take with hierarchies is introduced once they become no longer voluntary. When I say that simply by virtue of existing or by existing on this continent or something, that you now owe me your obedience. You didn't have to opt into it. And for you to opt out requires, you have to either violently kill me or move thousands of miles away.
Yep.
And that's precisely what the state does. It essentially says to every person, you're a part, whether you like it or not, you're part of a hierarchy where we're in charge of you. And insofar as you do not kill us or move thousands of miles away, you will be held to it forcibly, or we'll send armed men to jail you.
Pretty much.
So you could also characterize anarchy as simply a lack of a state. That is, somewhere that there's not, a territorial monopolist on the use of force, powered by force, where there's not an organization that forcibly overpowers everybody else in that society and can therefore compel them to, pay it tribute and so on.
Yeah, I guess I had a falsely a more nuanced definition of anarchy in my mind, but I agree with that. So, indeed, I struggle with the idea that could come into existence. Oh, well, it could, but it wouldn't. As I phrased it, I think that was a nice phrasing. What do you think about that?
Well, would it challenge your skepticism any if I were able to demonstrate that it has come into existence sometimes, and that it has sustained for long periods of time?
I'd be interested to know about that.
So my favorite instance, merely by virtue of its population and longevity, was Zomia. Zomia was a society. You may well have never heard of it. We don't hear it talked about much in history class, despite its significance, because they weren't imperialists. They weren't conquering other countries and stuff. So most of what we're taught about on the History Channel and in history classes and so on revolves around violence, revolves around war, or major inventions. And every now and then, Zomians may come up, such as if slash and burn agriculture were to come up, those kinds of things. But Zomia was a society that had nothing resembling a government and had a population at a maximum of about 100 million, although most estimates are in the tens of millions. Still pretty big. And maintained that way of life for about 2,000 years. Not that long ago. There are actually still some small parts of Zomia that, even to this day, are not under the control of any government, at least functionally. But really, through the 1800s, they were effectively and functionally stateless throughout Zomia. So Zomia, if you're not familiar, I'll just explain where it is on a map. It's not a country, by the way. It's an area. It spans across what would now be considered 5 countries. It spans across a piece of China, a piece of Thailand and Myanmar, India, Vietnam, and Laos, and historically Burma. And the way it's the highlands of those areas, by the way. It's like this mountainous region. It's a large, high altitude region of those countries. And 2,100 or so years ago, those regions, most of the people and governments were in the lowlands. Almost completely. The people in lowlands had been the people in governments had lived within city-state arrangements within the coastal lowlands. And certain peoples were occasionally targeted for various flavors of oppression by those city-state governments, often ethnic or cultural in nature. And some of those peoples, over time, began to migrate to the hills. Essentially, hey, let's go. We don't like what the government's doing. Let's move to the hills to get away from the government. And this is like the Karen people and the Hmong people and the Lahu people.
Karen?
Yes, Karen. It's the name of a tribe of Southeast Asia. So it's an ethnic group.
Mhm.
And so they start moving into the hills. And over time, they establish a serious population and settlements. They're not like nomadic hunter-gatherers at all. They're settled people. And they established their own culture. I don't mean they had like a formal meeting like our culture will hereby be this and that. No, it's just over time a culture naturally forms. It was an anarchist culture. They were against the idea of government because that's what unified the people of Zomia, is that the way they'd all got there was they were fleeing away from governments. So they were anti-government before it was cool. And they became, I'm not going to say an economic superpower, but economically significant. They were major league producers and traders of various things like timber and opium. They did a lot of business with the surrounding societies. They would have these tradesmen who essentially they would transport goods over very long distances to go sell them to the lowland people and buy things from the lowland people. They utilized private mediums of exchange like silver. They kind of pioneered certain elements of, like, I'm not going to say permaculturing, but agriculture, basically. They were a highly agricultural people.
It was medieval Iceland too.
By the way, the people of Zomia, it's not like they were just left alone because they're in the hills and so they got lucky. They were actually targeted for conquest constantly. The government of China, Imperial China, tried to take them over. Likewise, the governments of Thailand and Vietnam tried to take them over. The Burmese government tried to take them over. The French colonial government went for a slice. And for about 2,000 years, on and off, they were repelling attempts at foreign conquest, and they were doing it quite successfully, despite not having a central unified military. And the reason I think they won, that they were having very consistent victories, I mean, there were a few reasons. Some of it terrain, of course, they're in the hills, they know their terrain. But also, they had no head to sever. There was no one who could surrender on behalf of everybody else. So you might defeat this person or this family or this clan or this war band, but that says nothing for everyone else. There was no king who can say, okay, on behalf of the people of Zomia, we surrender. So the war is never over. And it's, you get into the classic asymmetric warfare and tactics kind of stuff. It ended up being a nightmare for everybody who tried conquering them. It's actually much more simple and straightforward for a government to try to conquer another country that has its own central government, and you have a clear flag to capture.
Hell yeah.
I realize I've just kind of been monologuing.
Yeah, no problem. It's very interesting.
If you're curious about that one, the book I would refer you to called The Art of Not Being Governed by Professor James C. Scott. There are other comparable instances of his statelessness that I reference. Oh, hey, hello, Danks.
Hello.
You've heard the spiel I'm doing. I just explained Zomia for a while. You've heard it much more in depth.
AnCap 1? What's up, dude?
There are other. I reference medieval Ireland. That is Brehon era Ireland. With the Brehon system was a private system of the medieval Gaelic people. Medieval Somalia as well. We think Somalia, we think modern Somalia, AK-47s and stuff, but medieval Somalia actually had a rich anarchic history. If you're curious about small scale, then there is Kospaya. Kospaya is a very interesting example because they were nowhere near large enough. Unlike these other ones, they were nowhere near large enough to mount any serious military defense to repel foreign aggression. So what they did was they leveraged trade relationships for almost 400 years. The people of Kospaya, which was prime real estate in the middle of Italy, they managed to maintain their business strictly through economic arrangements with surrounding societies, which those formidable forces, such as the Duchy of Montefeltro, served as kind of a shield for their economic partner of the Cospians. The Cospians. I don't actually know how to say it. And the Cospians had economic advantages that their neighbors didn't have because they had free markets. So, for example, their neighbors under the papal state and so on, they were not allowed to produce tobacco, but the Cospians had no restrictions on that. They were, they had no government. They could grow whatever crops they want. So they were major exporters of tobacco. Likewise, a lot of the surrounding theocracies forbid things like doing business with Jewish merchants, but the Cospians were happy to do it. It made them money.
Okay, that's an L, though.
I love
You
Jews.
said that's an owl?
That's an L.
What do you mean, what owl? Just talking about
That
owls.
is an L, he said.
Oh, what, like a bad thing?
Yeah, he's saying that's a bad thing.
Doing business with Jews is not a bad thing. So there is a direct and demonstrable relationship between the amount of Jews that a society has and the wealth of that society. When you add Jews to a society, it becomes wealthier. The more Jews you add to a society, the wealthier that society becomes. Everyone, not just the Jews.
Your measurement of wealth is just vastly different than mine, I suppose.
Yeah, if you have some vague, nebulous, how in line with the values of the church is the society equals its wealth, okay, then by that metric, I guess not. I don't know.
We can get to the churches, but culture in general.
Yeah, that's vague. Yeah, but that sounds like really an approximation for how in line with the church values is the culture.
How about just not?
What, are you going to say I'm wrong? Let me put it this way. If you had no tendencies toward any religion, if you had no favor of any religion, would you still be making the case that you are approaching?
That Jews cannot be trusted? Yeah, probably from experience, though.
Okay, why can I not be trusted?
Oh, because look at their history. Look at their credit report.
My credit report. Well, actually, I do have terrible credit, so that's a fair argument. But then, wait a minute. But that's not a fair. Most Jews have great credit.
I have great
I don't
credit.
have a Jewish credit.
Okay, right. Let's look at the history of Jews, right? So when you say that, oh, the places that Jews lived brought prosperity. Okay, that's what you said. When they are evicted
Yes.
from a country from stifling and infiltrating their markets, when they're then kicked out, okay, after extracting wealth from the said country, then they move all that wealth to another country. So all of a sudden, yes, maybe you do have a short, momentarily boosted economy, but that will be short-sighted, okay, because eventually they will market capture everything, okay, and then your supposed anarchist thing is dead. It's dead. They will monopolize and take everything. They win every
You don't sound like an
time.
ANCAP.
I'm an ANCAP.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Jews, in the absence of a state, that Jews defy the laws of economics? We can just come in and monopolize stuff. We're just that effective.
So either you will not be enticing enough for the Jews to come, okay? Because if you don't have regulatory capture capabilities from a state, they won't even come, okay?
I don't even know what you
Then
mean
why
by that.
Kospaya? The instance I was just talking about was Kospaya. A lot of the surrounding societies had restrictions.
If anything, hold on, let me
Go ahead.
I've never even heard of that. Never even heard of that country. Was it like during the Black Plague?
I want to point out, as an aside, Jews getting expelled from countries is actually exceedingly rare. There is a common trope among anti-Semites online that, we've been expelled from like 209 countries or something like that. This is completely false. The vast majority of countries that Jews have been in, which 209 is almost every country in the world, the vast majority of countries that Jews have been in, we have never been expelled from. And the societies that have expelled us, what?
Are you Orthodox Jew?
No, I'm not religious.
Oh, you're just like ethnic, like
Say it
your
again.
mom. Your mom's a Jew.
Yeah, I would test positive for Judaism on a genetic test.
You're Ashkenazi.
I'm Ashkenazi, yes.
Yeah, those Jews come from Germany. So how does that represent all Jews? I don't get it.
Oh, that's actually not categorically true. Ashkenazi Jews come from all over Europe. It's a large group spread throughout Europe. There is a Germanic Ashkenazi population. That's where the Yiddish language comes from, for example, is Germanic Ashkenazi Jews. There's more Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe than there is in Western Europe. Well, certainly, depending on when we're
being a diaspora does not. Okay, all right. You're a smart guy. You got a lot of information, but we just like take these like turns, and then we're like 3 turns deep on anything we go into. What is the justification for AnCapistan?
You don't sound like an ANCAP.
That's vague. I think there are several very strong ones. I think the strongest ones are found in the realms of number one would be economics, and then number two would be ethics, but you could reverse them depending on who you're talking to. If you're talking to somebody who's very philosophically inclined, then the ethical arguments are stronger. And if you're talking to somebody who's more practical, more of a pragmatist, then the economic arguments are stronger. I find most people tend to belong in that latter camp, and therefore the economic arguments tend to be stronger. And out of those economic arguments, I find the most persuasive, at least one that nobody can remotely begin to refute, is the calculation problem.
True. The ECP,
accordingly,
baby. True.
Sure. I think the
I
ECP
agree with you.
is probably the strongest argument there is in terms of persuasiveness to people for anarcho-capitalism. What'd you say, buddy?
Tomorrow can we go to skate park?
Yes, we can go to the skate park tomorrow.
Oh,
My son was asking us to go to the skate park.
that's cute. But yeah, I find that to be able to fold communists very easily. I agree with you there. But what you're saying,
The ECP doesn't only
okay, yeah,
It
sure,
doesn't
it
only
could
apply to
be-
communism.
Yeah, but it mostly does. But it could also be, like a socialist system. Okay, I kind of agree with you. But that's not my point. That's not.
No. It doesn't have to be a fully socialized system. The ECP applies to, for instance, American police.
Really? Okay,
It
let me hear
applies,
it.
it
funded by
applies to
taxes.
any system that doesn't use
Oh.
prices to allocate
Yes.
scarce resources.
Right.
Yes. So Mises correctly identified how the ECP applies to a fully socialized economy where you have no factor prices on the supply side and no sales metrics on the demand side. However, ECP doesn't only apply to a fully socialized economy because, yes, look at the American economy. The American economy, it's about 25% 25% socialism and 75% capitalism. That is, we have a public sector of about 25% and a private sector of around 75%. At least a couple years ago. I don't know what it is now.
Probably nuts.
Now, if we zoom in on that 25%, that 25% has, on the supply side, very often it does have factor prices. They are buying their goods on the market. The government does buy things from the private sector, and not exclusively through dedicated government contractors that are basically tentacles of the state, like Lockheed Martin.
Sure.
No, they buy things from fucking Walmart.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Yeah, I
Right.
bought tons of shit from Walmart.
Well, I was talking about the government. I assume you are not the government, but maybe you buy things. Maybe you are in some purchasing capacity, some department of your county or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I work. Yeah.
Anyway, but the government does patronize the private sector. That's true. However, in the provision of every single thing the government provides, with the exception of very few things like toll roads, the government is providing something that has no indicated reflection in consumer desire, in consumer demand. If I tax you and make you pay for a service through taxes, then your payment of taxes is absolutely not a reflection of your demand for the thing I'm providing. If we contrast the private market, the difference is obvious. On the private market, donuts get produced because people like to buy donuts, because people like to eat donuts, or whatever they choose to do with them. I've done weird things with donuts. One time I cut a hole in a donut to make it bigger and got freaky with it with the help of a lady. Anyway.
That's the Jewish degeneracy I'm talking about, guy.
Anyway. So people like to have donuts. So consequently, when donuts are offered up for sale, people buy them, at least if the price is acceptable. People buy the donuts, and therefore, with each purchase of a donut, this signals to the retailer of the donut and the producer and distributor of the materials that go into making the donut, more of that. We need more of that. That's what we want, is that, the donut.
Okay.
Whereas with the production of something good,
may I help you, sir?
Why is that good? It depends how you define
not. Why should we not ought to have a state?
Right away, sir.
It depends on how you define good. I would like to define good for economic purposes along the lines of resources being allocated in proportion to some quantification of demand.
Yes,
because I consider it good
we do that
for people's needs and wants to get satisfied.
Why is that good?
Why is it good for people's needs and wants to get satisfied? I don't know how to answer that.
Well, that's the
That
problem.
would seem to be the entire purpose of an economy. That's the entire purpose of an economy.
Well, so when you say the word purpose, what does that mean?
Purpose of economic activity, from the perspective of everybody doing economic activity, is to satisfy their needs and wants.
So that's circular.
Is that circular? But
yeah,
I participate in economic activity. My reason for doing so is to satisfy my needs and wants.
You can say that you do, but how are you prescribing how it ought to be?
Well, if we accept the purpose of an economy is decided by the participants in economic activity based on what their purposes are, and their purposes are the satisfaction of their needs and wants, and this is unanimous amongst economic participants as it actually is.
It's unanimous that people vote in elections and elect a state to govern them. That's unanimous.
But that's not participation in what we would characterize as economic activity. That's political activity.
But you're
when
saying
you go
the
work a
will of the
job,
people
no matter
okay, so you
the
don't
state is-
extract that the
but when you
will
go
of the
work-
people, democracy isn't the justification for this. You're saying that we're going to average it out and democracy reigns. That's what you're advocating for. That's
I don't
not
think democracy. I don't think it's a justification for anything. I have not been making any normative claims here. I haven't been making any moral propositions here. I have only been making the case in the last 1 minute or 2 minutes that the purpose of an economy is decided by the purpose of participants in economics, just as the purpose of a sport is up to the purpose of
that's your subjective
sport.
That's your subjective opinion.
Are we going to have to argue about the definition? Are we going to argue about what the definition of the word purpose is?
Yeah, I guess so. If we can't get past a if you're saying that purpose is subjective, if you're saying that purpose is my subjective wants and needs, then that doesn't give you an ought to as how things should be. Just because you believe that, I believe that it shouldn't be like that. So now what?
In order to say with anything other than arbitrary vomiting of value judgments, in order to say that something ought be something, you have to clearly define a goalpost for what you're trying to achieve. For instance, if your goal is to boil water, then I can say you ought bring it to 212 degrees at sea level anyway. But if your goal is not to boil water, then I have no basis to say you ought bring it to 212 degrees. You have to have a clear goal in mind before you can posit an ought of any kind, at least coherently.
But that ought would still be subjective. And your advice to that person would be subjective, because honestly, I could say put it in the microwave for 30 minutes. I could be retarded and say put it in the microwave for 35 minutes instead of boiling it on the stove.
That's not actually incongruent.
I'm just saying.
I didn't say how to boil.
I could say, oh, you want to boil water? That's freezing snow. Put it out in the frozen tundra. Would that be good advice? Well, no, that's my subjective opinion on what you should do, though. That doesn't make it right. That doesn't justify. It's my subjective opinion.
That would be incorrect. Is to say if you tell somebody whose goal is to boil water that they ought to bring it to a tundra and not heat it up in any way, then you would be incorrect. That would not be in service. Yeah. If you say that they should either put it on the stove or microwave it or something.
How would you know I'm incorrect? You would know from your subjective science and studying what water boils, right?
Subjective science?
Yeah.
We know that water boils at 200 degrees, 212 degrees at sea level.
Yeah. Right, but that's your interpretation.
What?
What do you mean that's interpretation? What? Do you just reject the concept of facts?
I reject the fact that atheists or agnostics or Jews that don't believe in God can form sentences using logic.
But he's doing it right now.
I think I've formed. Yeah, I think I've been doing exactly that.
He's been doing so for the last while, for a while now.
Literally, I've asked you 5 times, and you've scurried back to subjective opinions. So that means your ideas and beliefs are only true subjectively. You have no claim to universal oughts. That's the whole point of this.
I don't think he made the claim. I don't think he made that claim.
You can say, like, I believe it should be like this, my opinion. That's fine, but you can't say the way the things ought to be.
Well, I don't think he made the claim that
those who want to boil water. those who want to boil water, if they are to satisfy their goal, ought to bring it to at least 12 degrees by one way or
How can you make a universal
What?
claim when
That's not an opinion. That's fact.
It's not though, because you have to interpret the fact.
I was making a physical claim. That is a claim about physics, and that is universal.
It's not universal if the goal is subjective.
Thank you.
That water boils at 212 degrees at sea level within the conditions of the Earth. That's not subjective.
No, that is correct. That statement is not subjective. That's correct. But me wanting to boil something, that is a subjective claim.
All desires are subjective. Desires are arbitrary and irrational and subjective.
I'm saying you can't derive oughts purely from those.
You can't get an ought from an is, basically.
You have to have a goal.
So how could
you can get an ought from an is. However, in this case, if purely from economics, you can't get ought beat.
And this is purely it's better economically for people to. You're saying these things like prosper. What I'm asking you for is you can't prove the metaphysical terms like prosper. Okay, is a relation of goodness that you can't make because you don't have no access to universal claims because you're like an atheist, agnostic Jew, ethnic Jew, not a God-fearing person.
Well, I feel like you're presupposing that Christians have a objective morality that atheists don't have.
Well, I mean, the issue at hand here is
No, it's not about morality.
I want to fuck you.
This wasn't a discussion.
I want to fuck you.
The point is that ought claims are necessarily normative, right?
I got him.
Do some moderation.
What is that?
Okay, we were not making any moral claims. By the way, to make claims about universal truth, that does not require God. You don't need God to say 2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2 is 4 whether there's a God or not.
All ought claims are moral claims.
All ought claims are not moral claims.
Of course they are.
If I want to boil water, that's irrelevant to morality. Nobody would call that moral or immoral.
I gotta do.
Normative claims, right?
Wait, what? If you set a goalpost, if you pre-establish a goalpost for an ought, then it ceases to be subjective.
Yes, under that framework, but if the framework it underlies under is subjective, then it can't be a universal claim. Like purely from an economics, like purely from an early Austrian view, there's no way to objectively say the state is bad. Like that you ought not have a state, or you ought not do X, Y, Z. Only if you both subjectively agree.
If you define bad as incongruent with maximization of the satisfaction of people's ends, the satisfaction of people's needs and wants, then you can.
Well, yes, but you would have to both subjectively agree on that for that to work.
Sure.
Who cares?
Look, all I'm saying is that purely from an economic standpoint, right? I don't think you can derive that you ought not have a state.
No, that's ethics.
Economics is descriptive.
Yes, that's right.
Economics is descriptive, not prescriptive.
Doesn't actually say that we ought not have a state. It doesn't say any oughts here.
The oughts come from ethics.
Right. It says if you do, then X, Y, and Z are more likely.
I think that
economics will tell you that
in the Austrian sense,
that if you have a state,
is a value-free science.
Buddy, where's the
really descriptive and explanatory.
Yeah,
the means-end relationships are purely descriptive. It doesn't even
practicality doesn't tell you what to do, but merely how to do it.
So, just like this is why you need like a theory of rights at all, right? This is why I can even make statements of coercion, for example, right? Because I can. Praxeologically speaking, if someone points a gun at me and says, give me $100 or I'll shoot you, right? I am choosing, I am just showing in this action here that I'm showing that I value those $100 less than my life, right? Why you need some normative theory of coercion to explain why this would be bad or involuntary, right? But descriptively speaking, I'm choosing an option here. Or like applying the subjective theory of value, for example.
I believe in the NAP. I subjectively believe in the NAP.
Will probably.
Well, the NAP
I will probably be right back.
you do subjectively believe in the NEP, that would be true. Because all beliefs are our beliefs are subjective, right? Those beliefs, NEP would be an objective claim, right?
Well, it depends on if you're saying that it's objective. Like, is if I say I
Well, I would
prefer
s-
the NAP over the other two laws, am I saying that? Does that mean I believe it's objective?
I think the NEP is inherently objective, but if you're framing it in just I prefer a system that operating under the NEP, you're not making an objective statement. You're just saying I subjectively don't want conflict.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like you have no way of saying you ought not have a state or you ought not aggress. You can't if someone disagrees with you, then you're locked in the debate. Started the assumption that it's subjective.
Well, that's assuming that the other person has the only way another. But if a person also believes in subjective morality, then they're on the same ground as me.
Yes, correct, and they could just disagree with the NEP. There's nothing to debate.
Well, there is still things to debate because, I would argue that not agreeing with the NAP puts you in some pretty fucked up situations that make you.
Then you just have to convince them under their own premises that they should believe in the NEP, which I don't think anyone actually does. If you take the
Well, I
NEP
do.
as logical. Yeah, I mean non-AnCaps, right?
I
don't
tend to convince people that way. That's how I try to convince people that not that it is merely objective, but that not believing in the NAP leads to pretty messed up situations, and that their ideology isn't really consistent.
Well, the problem with the messed up situation thing is that what defines a messed up situation presupposes the NEP.
That is true, but I would argue most people believe in the NAP to a certain degree. They just don't agree with it like consistently. They don't hold it in every situation.
Every single mixed law advocate believes that conflict should be avoided sometimes. That is correct. Even
Well,
the
of
NEP
course, that's what I'm
correct.
saying. But what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people that believe very strongly in the NAP in many situations. And I feel like we can convince people by showing them that they need to apply it to all situations. And that's how I was convinced. Because I wasn't convinced by being told it was objective. I was convinced by, first off, I believe in the NAP. And then I realized I wasn't really following it consistently. Once I realized that, I became an ANCAP.
The problem with the framework is that if you concede it's subjective, then if it's objective straight from the start, then you don't really have much to debate because all you're doing is running reductios to see, oh, well, you think this thing that I view to be bad. If they just don't view this thing to be bad, then you're stuck, basically.
Oh, well, at least I could then say they're inconsistent in their philosophy. Because then they're holding one group of people above everybody else, and essentially they're not consistently holding their ethics to every individual.
Yes, but if it's subjective, it doesn't matter if it's inconsistent. An inconsistent view is not false if it's a subjective.
Well, yes, but not really well versed in the whole moral realism stuff, so that's just how I argue.
Yeah, sure.
I
mean,
also
you can
argue
do that.
from a consequentialist argument too. Fundamentally, I do think we're better off not aggressing against others.
Yeah, for sure. I have an optical problem with claiming that it is subjective to opponents.
Well, I don't know if it is objective.
Well, I would say it's inherently universal norm. You can objectively prove. I don't think you even necessarily have to get into moral realism to prove the NEP. I mean, Kinsella is a moral subjectivist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Subscribes to the NEP to be objective. Doesn't view it to be any moral claims at all. Purely an ethical one. He makes the ethical moral distinction.
Well, how can he be a subjectivist if he believes that the NAP is true?
Because under this framework, right, then justified claims would be according to the NEP, right? So just law would still be objective under this framework. The NEP still would. However, what is moral or what is immoral is completely irrelevant to what the NEP. So you can say it's moral to aggress sometimes, but it's always unjustified to aggress. Its morality under the framework would just be.
So how did you reach to the conclusion that it's objective, though?
Because justification, right? I mean, like, how Kinsella, I agree with Kinsella on this, right? But I mean, if using our argumentation ethics and show that it's the only norm you can justify at all. But I mean, like, obviously, I think the e contrario is enough. When you
Well, just because you're fallacious in justifying something doesn't mean that what you're justifying is necessarily fallacious.
If it's a performative contradiction, it's necessarily false.
Hmm.
Because contradictions are false, right?
Doesn't the fallacy apply to this, though?
Because a performative contradiction is not just a fallacy, right? There's a difference between using fallacious reasoning and just contradicting. Contradiction is very separate here.
I don't know, bro. This is complicated. You know what I mean? I don't think you're wrong. I just don't understand yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can objectively prove the NEP through the legally contrario, right? So, I mean, it's similar to Rothbard's trichotomy argument, right? If you are going to... The problem is that the burden of proof is always going to be on the one that is not subscribing to the NEP, which is why we actually have a really good position here. Is that the NEP states that the first comer ought win any conflict at hand. It states nothing else, right? So the problem is that when anyone tries to provide a negation of the NEP, you would necessarily have to advocate for a latecomer ethic, meaning that the latecomer ought win the conflict at hand at any point, right? The problem is that the burden of proof is always going to be on the one making the positive claim, which if you're going to make normative statements about property at all, then the burden of proof is going to be on the latecomer. So you can go from there, where he now has to try to universally justify a latecomer ethic in some sense, saying that, well...
But you can't justify a latecomer ethic without it be applying to you, right?
Yes, that's the point. That's where you go from there, right? So they have to somehow try to justify a latecomer ethic to where it doesn't fall into...
But doesn't that kind of go into... Doesn't that kind of go into what I say sometimes, which is that any kind of justification that you use to justify violating the NAP can then be turned around against you. So, for instance, if you say it's okay to violate the NAP to, save a bunch of people's lives or something like that, that NAP justification could then be used against you.
You have to always start that you agree that objective normative truth claims can't exist at all regarding property rights. You have to start at that basis that you agree on that, because the second that you point out if their ethic just falls into might makes right, you can go after there, right? But if they do believe in objective normative truth claims regarding property ownership, right? If they believe in the concept of ownership itself, then they can't fall into might makes right. So you'll have...
But what if they say,
what
if they believe in mixed law, which is essentially the idea that sometimes it's okay to violate rights, or this group has the right to violate rights?
So then they have to justify this theory of mixed law. The thing about mixed law is that it's still a theory of property. However, it's virtually impossible to universalize in a non-arbitrary manner. And you can run the reductios within the arbitrary distinctions. That's where the reductios are really useful, for example, to show how it's completely arbitrary and subjective, the distinction to where you ought aggress sometimes, right? That's generally where you go.
But some people would ask, what's wrong with it being arbitrary?
Wrong with it being arbitrary?
I'm not saying y'all are wrong. I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but you're sounding to me a lot like a couple of rabbis talking about the Torah of liquid Zulu.
Yes, actually, you're 100% correct. No, but I did want to hear what his answer to what I just asked.
Yes. The problem of this arbitrary, right? If it's necessarily an arbitrary distinction between sometimes you autograph or sometimes you not use autograph, then the problem that their theory of ownership, right, is then falls into some theory, then it's purely subjective, right? And then I can just claim, well, then I can go back at you, right? I can just take from you, right? Which would then fall back into might makes right. So
Well,
if it's
couldn't say
inherently- if it's
somebody.
an arbit-
Couldn't somebody
it's an
say
arbit-
didn't you choose the NAP arbitrarily?
I mean, choosing things like choosing specific beliefs, I don't really see how it's relevant to whether or not that would be arbitrarily choosing the belief. All that matters is whether or not the belief is arbitrary in itself. The point is the NEP is not an arbitrary thing. However, I think you can always go down and show any theory of mixed law to be arbitrary, at least in the class-based sense, and the other half couldn't just fall into the same problem that, I mean, you can get into like the primitive consciousness thing. I don't think that's necessary at all. Because I'm not that strong on objectivist epistemology.
Yeah.
You can just go into like, just attack it from like, why is it that you can justify latecomer ethic in this circumstance, and I can't just punch you and take it back, right? Because they do believe in some theory of property if they subscribe to mixed law, not to law of the jungle.
Devil's advocate.
Mhm.
The state, arbitrarily and illegitimately, mind you, but factually, the state claims vast swaths of nature as its own territory, its own dominion. And then I go and I homestead some of that nature using phrases like newcomer, or excuse me, like firstcomer and latecomer. One could almost call me the latecomer if one accepts the state's, feudal claim to the land.
Right, so that's...
Then I, as the homesteader, the appropriator, would be the latecomer.
The point here is that that's why you need a theory of homesteading, right? And what makes a legitimate homestead, right? So you need some theory of what a firstcomer and what a latecomer is. And the problem is that the state doesn't actually homestead any of the land, right? It's doing what's called pointing homesteading, meaning it's basically just pointing at the land and saying, I own it, right? But that's not actually being the firstcomer to it. If I see Crusoe running at a stick, right? I see him running over there. He says, I am going to grab the stick. I'm going to reach it before you. But then just point at it and saying, oh, I homesteaded it with I just did it with my eyes, right? Obviously, I'm not the firstcomer. Still be Crusoe. You need initial possession. What it means to be a firstcomer is to be the first possessor of a given good. When it comes to land, it is the first to establish an objective border. And he left.
I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with you. Just a lot of this stuff isn't easy.
All I'm saying is that if you start at the initial presumption is that property rights or the NEP or law in any sense is subjective, like you're just going to run in circles and you're going nowhere. With 99% of people.
Shit balls. What if somebody says, I'm okay with being killed?
If they're okay with being killed, then they're just animals. They're just descriptively acting.
Because some people will tell me, I'm okay with being killed to save the world.
Oh, to save the world?
Yeah.
Cool. Then they just consent. I don't really see an issue. I can state that as a...
Well, I mean, even if he didn't consent, they would say, like, he's okay with being murdered. Well, which I guess isn't...
He would consent. Like, either he would be okay with it or he wouldn't be okay with it, right?
I guess you're right about that, yeah. But what if he didn't consent, and then he said he still believes that he should still be forced? Does that make sense?
I can say I should be forced to do something, but I don't want it to happen, so something should happen against my will.
Essentially, yeah. Some people believe that.
They don't really, like, they can make that statement. I mean, there's obviously other problems with that, but, like, specifically regarding law, I don't really see the problem they're making here.
Yeah.
I don't even have to get into argumentation ethics to show why that statement itself is absurd, right? But I'm just saying that regarding law itself, like, they're not falling into jungle law by stating that merely. It's just a different, again, it's just like saying sometimes someone ought aggress against me. Like, they're not doesn't make that much sense on itself.
Yeah. So on my live stream, I put a border around my camera. And I made it myself, and I'm pretty proud of it, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I saw it. It looks pretty good.
Yeah. I put my logo and an anarchy symbol on it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. It was a pain in the ass to figure out, but seems like nobody's really joining now.
I got a Christian yesterday to convert to anarchism.
Oh, that's based.
Like I said, like someone who straight up used force doctrine on me, like an Andrew Wilson Philbro, I got him to like maybe anarchism isn't that bad.
Well,
I
the
just,
whole
like-
force doctrine thing, I feel like it's like it. I don't disagree that might makes happen, right?
Yeah.
But the issue
I mean,
is that they try to say that might makes right from that, essentially.
Well, they're not even stating that might makes right. They're just stating might makes, and any ethics just don't really exist. Like property rights don't actually exist. The problem is that Christians do believe in rights. Right. So
But rights exist. What do you call it? In the mind, right?
The point is that they don't believe rights exist outside of a Christian worldview.
Yeah.
Because they, like, I think the idea that for it to be objective, it has to be mind independent is because they're basically defining God as outside of the mind, right? Because he's like transcendental. So he's outside of everything. So you're defining him like he's the creator of like metaphysics, epistemology, ethics. It's all just God.
I see.
Because God comes prior to those categories themselves. Like they're starting at God at like a weird prior action. The problem is that Christians do have a theory of property, right? They necessarily must have a theory of property because, well, it says, "Thou shalt not steal." I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I saw the one debate between Liquid Zulu and Jay Dyer, and every time that Liquid Zulu would like push on him on anything, he would just be like, "Why ought I do this? Why ought I do that? Why are..." You know what I mean? And
yeah,
it's just really annoying because anytime that you are push on them on any ideology, they just continue to repeat themselves. So why ought I do this? Why ought I do this? Why ought I do this?
Well, I mean, without having to get them, I think honestly, when specifically debating Christians, I think it would be useful to read up on scripture and things like that to try and convince them that, well, anarchism can actually be compatible with the Bible. I know a bunch of Christian anarchists.
Well, my first question to them is, well, do you believe in rights? And if they say no, well, then my thing is like, okay, well, let's say you're on an island and somebody tries to rape your ass. Do you believe you have the right to stop them? And 90% of them will be like, of course I have the right to stop them. Well, if you believe that, well, then you obviously believe you have at least the right to stop someone from raping your ass.
Well, I mean specifically, yeah, I mean, like, that would be inconsistent to say that you have the right to descriptive. If under the might makes doctrine and ethics don't exist, property rights don't exist, then it would just be, I don't have a right to do it, but I can descriptively do it, and they can't descriptively take over me. Like, there's no normative statements at all. It's just everything is descriptive, right?
Yeah.
I think the point is with Christians is that, well, they do believe rights exist, but the point is that they don't believe that rights exist on a secular framework. So the point is that they believe the NEP is inherently a secular framework, and you can't prove it without God.
Yeah, but the issue with that is that you would have to prove that God exists. If God doesn't exist, then what?
Well, yeah, but then you get into theology, and that's gay.
It is. It truly is. I hate that shit. But, I mean, I don't mind debating on religion. I mean, my first question that anytime that I debate about religion is just like, okay, well, God has to be this all-powerful, all-knowing, strength being, right? Usually how it's defined, right? So my first question is just like, okay, well, is God all-powerful? Okay, well, can he carry a rock too heavy that he can't lift? Create a rock too heavy that it can't lift? Oh, he can't do that? Oh, well, then he's not all-powerful. Okay, well, that's impossible.
Well, if you're going to talk to a Christian that is any study in any of this, right? They're like, you're going to lose this. Like, I mean, like, obviously they subscribe to Aristotelian logic, meaning the law of non-contradiction still applies to God, right? So he has to be logical within the framework. So
Well, then he can't be
find
all powerful. Right.
With the framework of logic, it's like he can't make contradictions true, right? The law of
Okay, but then my next
applies
question
if we're
would
using
be,
Aristotelian logic.
then my next question would be, okay, well then he can do anything that does not contradict reality, right? Or the laws of contradiction or
Well, he's
non-contradiction, right?
The point is that he's omnipotent, right? So it's not omnipotence actually; it's omnipotence.
Omnipotent, yeah. But you know what I'm trying to say. Like he could do pretty much anything that doesn't contradict the reality, laws of logic, right?
There are some. The point is that like, I don't. They have like a whole theory about it. Like God can't know how it is to sin, for example, or something. Like they have like a whole theory about it. I'm not that well versed in the argument.
No, I get that. So
like,
my next question is like, does
talking-
God know how it feels to get fucked in the ass?
Yeah, like the point is that if you're talking to any Christian that is any well versed in this, like you're gonna lose that debate.
That I don't think I'm gonna lose at all, because that does not make any sense for you to say no.
Well, getting fucked in the ass, sodomy, right, is a sin under the Bible. So the
Yeah,
God
but he's
would have
God.
to know how. Yeah, but the point is then that God would know how to sin, and God
But
is
he's
sinless,
all-knowing.
right? That would be a contradiction. That would be another.
How would that be a contradiction? That's not a logical contradiction, no.
If God is sinless, if God is perfect, right, then he cannot know how it is to sin.
But that doesn't contradict the laws of logic in any way, right?
Yeah, but God himself is a logical being, right?
I know that, but God does that. God
it's
knowing
kinda
what.
like,
Wait,
if
listen.
Okay.
God knowing what it feels like to get fucked in the ass doesn't contradict any laws of logic, right?
If it's in my, let's say, if it's in my nature, like it's literally impossible for me to know how it is to feel love, for example, then it would not be possible.
But God does know how it feels like to feel love.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving you a hypothetical. Just like God it is impossible for him to know how it feels to sin, right? So
No, I know, but it doesn't make sense to like do you not understand what I'm saying here? Like, does it contradict the laws of logic for him to know that?
Yes, because it would
like I could understand.
Do you know what the law of identity is?
Yes.
Right, it would contradict the law of identity because it's
How?
It's in his nature, right? It would contradict his nature.
How do they know that it's in his nature?
Because it said so in the Bible.
How do they know that's true?
Right, so now you're running into a completely separate thing.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
all I'm saying is
that's
that-
like shit. Like, I don't know, but
How do you know what the Bible? Then you're getting into epistemology. Like, all I'm saying is that like if you're talking to a Christian that's like any well versed, like debating whether or not God exists is really not a topic you should focus on, right? I think.
no, I
even,
think
like,
that I think that I am completely correct on the whole thing about it not going against any laws of logic for God to know what it feels to get fucked in the ass. That makes no sense.
I believe someone in like I believe you posted a clip where you debated this on TikTok or something like that.
Yeah.
Someone corrected me on this in the comments. I'm not sure. All I'm saying is that generally, like, this is not the route you should be going when you're debating this topic. I think.
I mean, to say
on,
it's
like-
not the right route, to say it's not the right praxis, that's one thing, but you can't say I'm wrong. That doesn't make any sense.
I need to be more well versed in theology to debate this, right? I think the Bible.
And that's
calls
fine.
it
I'm just saying,
Christianity
like, that doesn't make any
All
sense.
I'm-
To me, right, on the outset, that doesn't make any sense. For me,
All-
because
all
that
I'm
doesn't
saying-
make it doesn't, like, violate any, like,
Is that-
for you to say, like, oh, he can't pick up a rock that's too, okay, whatever, I get that, because that would violate the laws of logic, right? But, or paradoxical, like, or that would be paradoxical, but I can't see how it would be paradoxical for him to have the knowledge of what it feels to get fucked in the ass.
Look, all I'm saying is that a Christian is going to know, like, if you're talking to any Christian that's debated, like, even has an ounce idea of theology, right, he's going to have an answer to this.
That doesn't
I
make
don't
any
have it.
sense.
I don't have the answer, right? I'm not very well.
Well, I don't think there is
well-versed
an
in
answer for
theology.
that. I don't think there is a satisfactory answer.
You're
honestly.
welcome to debate one of the religious Philbros on this. Like, I'm sorry, but you're gonna get cooked on that.
You know, I didn't get cooked the last time. every time that I bring this up, I've never been cooked. Nobody has ever given me a satisfactory answer.
I mean, like, if
of
you're
how
debating
it
like
violates the
normie-
laws of logic for a god to go against to do something sinful. I mean, he determines what's sinful.
Well, if we violate the law, not the point, right? Look, all I'm saying is that, like,
Well, I mean,
obviously, like the
point.
normie religious types, they're not going to have an answer to this because they've never heard it before. But
Well,
anyone,
yeah,
like,
I know they're not going to because
you're
it makes no
talking- if you're-
sense.
yeah, because normies are retarded, right? My point is that if you're talking to like an actual Phil bro, someone who's like actually educated on this, like this is, you have a much stronger point in trying to argue that the Bible reaffirms first comer ethics.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, like,
think-
the whole religious thing, that what I was saying before,
I think you
that
can
definitely.
the point is that they must necessarily have a theory of property by virtue of their saying "thou shalt not steal." That means this theft presupposes some property rights. There are normative claims regarding legitimate possession of scarce goods, right?
Yeah, but it
So
also
when
says
you-
in the Bible it's okay to have a government. I'm pretty sure too.
So that's where you'll have to get in on the definition of words, right? So you can somehow, then you'll have to go in. That's probably where you'll have to argue like on a contextual dependent and like actually get into scripture, which is not really something I've. Generally, I can just go, well, what does government actually mean under this framework, right? Because you can have fully voluntary hierarchical systems, right? I mean, government in itself, if we're just going to define government as any governing system, like I govern you, but I'm not a legal authoritarian. I'm just protecting your property rights or allocating resources voluntarily. Like you can, if we're defining government that, then you can have fully voluntary governments, right? The problem is states, right? So you can have, so it would be like on the wording itself, you can argue off of. You can have fully very hierarchical systems that are based on this, but it's the point is that thou shalt not steal presupposes some theory of property rights, and you would need to affirm that a state can have legitimate property titles is to affirm pointing homesteading, which is going to contradict itself on its very nature, right? So you necessarily require a first possessor ethic, and if you have a first possessor ethic, then states are inherently illegitimate. So you would have to argue on like a scriptural basis that the word they're talking about is not actually government. Because I know multiple like Christian anarchists who debate this topic like regularly and they have answers to all these like different things, right? All I'm saying is that like I would say you have a far better point on arguing that because you would need a different property ethic than first comer ethics. Like you would need some way to justify the states on its basis then. They do need necessarily a property theory.
No, I get it because, to say, oh, thou shalt not steal except for, in this situation, then you're kind of contradicting the Bible. That makes no sense.
Yeah, so the point, thou shalt not steal, right? That's a universal statement. So you have, it's not even just that, it's an objective principle. Like I can, on a Christian foundation, I can say you ought not steal a penny to save the world, right? Because stealing would still be a sin under this framework. I'm pretty sure Christians aren't even threshold deontologists. I don't even know if they would bite this bullet, but it seems like it's pretty self-evident. I mean, like, I believe I have heard Christians come with answers to this. Oh, well, God would forgive you, or well, there's been scriptures that are kind of like this, or like it's a sin, but like, God would like, it'll be fine with it. Like, you ask for. Point is that if it's a sin, right, it would still be a universal statement. Like, you ought not steal. You can still make that statement, even if the world's gonna blow up. Like, if you can convince them of that, they need a theory of property, and that theory of property is going to be inherently universal. So if the legitimate way of getting into a possession of property is first comer ethics, then they're just anarchists from the get-go. Mixed law is out the window already because their statement is universal.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Thou shalt not steal. Or else you're going to have to pick like an arbitrary line between thou shalt not steal in land or like physical goods or like someone's body or something like.
You want to jump into the room, modern day debates room?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. All right, we'll see if people join up. I mean, well, I hope people join up. Hasn't really been that interesting, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'm pretty proud of my new thing that I made all by myself.
Yeah, it looks
Webcam
good.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
I asked ChatGPT to make it for me. So, you know.
Yeah. It's also
all that matters. And it worked. So.
Yep.
And then I basically cropped my username and my logo on the bottom right, and then I put the anarchy symbol right on the left, which I'm pretty happy about. And it all just worked.
Yeah, it looks nice.
And
no more green screen.
Yeah, no more green screen. I'm over the green screen. You know why? Because I had to use NVIDIA GeForce, my graphics card in order to run it, which kind of took away from my game performance and my video performance. And yeah, so it just wasn't that good. It's just better to have
for sure.
To just have the webcam, and most people just have a webcam anyway, so. And I feel like my new camera thing looks way cooler than everybody else's, so.
That sucks.
Yeah, it kind of does suck, but. But the green screen is pretty cool, but it's just kind of annoying and tedious. More annoying than it's worth sometimes. And it was taking up a whole bunch of room in my place. I had to like walk around it and shit. It was like one big green ass tarp that I had to like put behind me. Yeah. Fucking government, man. Oh, man. I need some people to play some GTA with. Because I got a bunch of shit I need to sell, and I want to sell it, but I don't have anyone to do it. And nobody is joining the room, which is kind of making me depressed. It's like, bro, what did we do wrong? Do I have this discovered yet or no? I don't even. Fuck, bro. I've been doing DoorDash I did DoorDash on the New Year's, and I made a good amount of money just doing DoorDash on the New Year's. I made like $120 in 4 hours, which is pretty damn good. And then after that, I kind of just went home. And then I had the day off the next day, and then I did DoorDash that day, and then the day after that, and the day after that, and then I've just been stacking money. It's completely stacking money, and it's just been beautiful.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
and that's pretty much that.
Mhm.
I've just been trying my best to keep stacking money. That's really pretty much it.
You still forklift certified?
Yes, I still.
I'm back on like a shitty sleep schedule where I'm basically awake during the night and sleep during the day. Right. I spend like just most of my time fucking on Discord.
Yeah.
I've been talking a lot to like God Gift. You know what that is?
Yeah. Have you been talking about Delphine?
A little bit.
But is it actually her? Do you know if it's her?
I mean, I have no way of proving it other than her word, right?
I guess so. Do you have to pay her every time you message her?
No, I don't.
Oh. Got you. Gotta riz her up, bro.
I don't have to pay to, like, it shows up at like the top if you pay, like at the message. I don't know. I think I'm at like a high point of like the thing. Guy.
High payer.
Good amount, right? I'm a payer. I've spent like $200.
Wow. Wrapped gift. What's going on, man?
What's up, man? How's it going?
We are anarcho-capitalists.
Oh, y'all both are?
Yes.
Okay, shit. Well, I am not an anarcho-capitalist, so yeah. What? Why? Like, shit. Like, what system do you like think would work? Like, how would you build a system around anarcho-capitalism that like doesn't just like fall apart?
What we would do, what system I would try to impose is anarcho-capitalism. No, I'm just kidding. So basically, what I was gonna say is, basically, well, ideally, the best way to get from here to there is to sort of try our best to change the philosophy of the day. I think that is definitely going to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of moving us away from a sort of a statist system and more towards a more privatized system, getting more people to even know the ideology, because a lot of people don't even really know what it is in the first place. So, you know, just getting the ideology out there and then trying to change people's mind and get more members, and from there on, you know, grow and grow and try to change the philosophy of the day.
Well, yeah, that's not really what I was talking about. I was talking like more structurally, because like anarcho-capitalism, like I'd say like it doesn't work structurally because it tries to like take away like all the regulations and go all free market and make like a bunch of like and like change it to where like instead of state it's like a bunch of like corporations or some shit. But like it doesn't it like in that worldview it's not stopping any of the problems that you're trying to fix from just normal capitalism. Like all that does is it gives
Well, what's wrong with
corporations the full
capitalism?
power to make hierarchies whatever they want. Well, what's wrong
What
with
are the problems
capitalism is
with current
inherent
capitalism?
is the problems with capitalism right now is it creates inherent hierarchies and it creates
That's a bad
division
thing.
and it creates in like wealth inequality, like way too
That's
too
not a
much
bad
wealth
thing.
quantity.
That's a piece of a normative claim that those things are bad. Can you prove those things are bad?
Wait, someone's actually a philosophy major. This guy's good.
What?
No, he's
Prove
cooking.
any
Go
of
ahead.
those things are bad?
Yeah, what's wrong with wealth inequality?
Can you prove
I would
prove
say
hierarchy and wealth
that
inequality is bad?
yeah, I mean, I would say that wealth inequality is bad because in a system, when you live in a society, like that's gonna function well, right?
When you
Like,
live in a
there are
society.
certain classes.
Let him finish. Let him
It's
finish.
bad because it's wealth inequality.
I'm saying that when you have a lot of wealth inequality, it's like putting a wrench in that system because the people on the bottom feel like their like value isn't being noticed, right? And then it turns into an oligarchy where people are either like impoverished, people don't have like enough rights, or it's like not like a good enough democracy. It's not democratic enough. I'm not saying everything has to be like a full democracy because I can see the problems with that.
What's good about democracy?
Oh my god, hold on.
I'd say democracy. I'd say the democracy is good because it allows for people to get a voice on how they live, and yeah, like I can see the problems with democracy, i.e., like some people are like retarded, and some people's views aren't like good, you know, and we shouldn't be like allowing, well, not allowing, but like we shouldn't be like acting like everybody is smart, you know, but if we don't like any other way of like governing makes it to where people's rights are like infringed on, and I don't think that's good, you know.
Hold on. Well, you just made two claims here regarding not that important about the democracy stuff. You said one, that it would turn into an oligarchy, which I would very much like you to prove, and then you claim that rights are going to be violated under the system. Then I would ask you, how do you drive these rights? What are these rights, and how are they going to be violated?
I would say that the current rights that we have right now would definitely be violated, because if
Sure
you
they
take
would.
away the state, then there's nobody. What?
Yeah, if we're going of the current conception of rights, they would be violated. I think that's a good thing.
Well,
Where do they find these people?
What's wrong with current, like views
So
of
under our
rights?
current system, it is viewed that we have a right to other people's property. I think that's deeply immoral and violates like a basic theory of property.
As in, taxation
in what
is theft.
What sense do you
Right. So if you have like any theory, when you have any taxation, when you claim that you have a right to healthcare, food, water,
Whoever's
shelter, etc.,
pressing
right,
buttons, do you mind
tax anything
muting?
for it, or you tax anyone for it, right? You're claiming that you have a right to someone else's property. So I am fully okay with those rights being violated if your rights are to my property. I don't want to give you my property, right? So I'm violating your rights by not giving you shit. I'm fully okay with that.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that, but I feel like that, like, I don't know. I feel like that ignores that, like, an economy can't work like that, right? Because, like, in a big economy, like, if there isn't a way to like share money in a fast way, because it's not like taxation isn't just about like taking money, right? It's about like building
taxation fast. Hold on, taxation is one of the most inefficient bureaucratic. It goes through so many bureaucracies and so much nonsense. It's one of the most inefficient and least fast way to do this. If your problem is it is slow, like is voluntary exchange slow, or what even was your critique here?
My critique here is that is that societies and economies need some sort of way to like build themselves, you know, and I feel like governance is good. I don't see how decisions are going to be made long term if you have if in like America where there's like 400 million people. Like I don't see how we're gonna like.
What if there's a better way?
All, you know, I mean, like, what is that better way?
There is a better way. Privatization.
Would anarcho-capitalism be better?
Because when you have
that change?
When you have competing firms in the market for protection, you can move away from one company if they are not providing a service that is adequate. Whereas with the state, they force you to pay, and even if they're doing a bad job, you still have to pay. And sometimes they actually use them doing a bad job as an excuse to take more money from you because they can then say,
but
"Hey,
what happens in competition?
Huh?
What happens in competition? Right? In a 1v1 battle, what happens? One person.
Oh my god, he's presiding. Jesus Christ, I can't believe people are still doing this. Okay, so you're doing the people lose in competition there for monopolies?
No, I mean, kind of, yeah. I'm saying that like in a competition, if it's if there's no regulations about it, right? Like if it's just two different corporations and one corporation like buys out the other one or something, or one corporation's better, like what reason would there be for the better corporation to keep the smaller corporation, right? Like isn't that how monopolies like come out? And if there's no regulations, why would that not just happen faster and more naturally?
Well, so you just presuppose that regulations prevent monopolies, and very well. So do you
No, I'm not
believe
saying they prevent them. I'm not saying that they 100% prevent
if
them,
they
but it
slow
makes
them
it
down,
harder.
that is a way of prevention?
Well, here's
I mean,
the
if I
issue,
prevent-
right? Regulations cause monopolies because they raise the bar, a barrier to entry, because regulations, every regulation that you put onto a business is a added cost onto that business that then makes it more expensive to get into that industry. When you make it more expensive, that raises the bar for businesses to enter it. That means that there's less businesses entering that area, making it easier for there to be more consolidation. When you have less regulation, it makes it easier for businesses to enter the industry. And when you make it easier, there's less consolidation.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but the half the reason of the regulations are for like the people, are for like so the people get their own like like people can get good wages to where they can live, you know what I mean? Like without regulations, like what's stopping like these companies from just paying people shit wages to where they can barely live, and then just like
no, but that's a perfectly legitimate that's perfectly legitimate concern. But here's the issue, right? Businesses are not, you're not working at a slave plantation where if you get taken to a job, you're not allowed to leave, and whatever they pay you is what or they don't pay you at all, whatever it is. You have the ability.
Them from doing that, then, if there's no government,
well, hold on. Let me hear me out. Hear me out. Whoa, wait. Whoa. Let me finish, bro. You asked me a question. Why wouldn't if there was no minimum wage, why wouldn't companies pay everybody just a very small wage? The reason why is because you're allowed to move from one company to another if a company is paying you a shit wage. And if there's more competition, companies will bid up their wages in order to entice more people to join their company as opposed to going to another company. That's what we call wage competition. And what generally determines a wage is supply and demand. It is whether or not there's a big supply of people working in that industry, and if there's a big demand. If there's a big demand and there's not enough of a supply, well, then you get higher wages. If there's a low demand but there's a large amount of supply of people working there, you get low wages. And when you put a cap on or a ceiling on how much you can charge,
this motherfucker is justifying dog rape inside of the side chat. Are you okay?
You justify a theory of rights where rights could apply to animals.
Guys, don't hold on, Eco. Keep it in the side chat if you're going to talk about that, okay? I was kind of in the middle.
This motherfucker's justifying
but I was in the middle.
rape.
I was in the middle of something, man.
But dog rape.
Okay, okay, in the middle of.
Are we going to have
in
a
the middle of
debate?
something,
in the
man.
side chat for a reason, bro.
Yeah, dude.
Chill.
Bro. So, what I was saying was that, when you put a price. Okay, can you mute yourself when you make those noises, please?
Oh my bad. Check
It's
the
kind
side
of
chat,
distracting, bro. It's okay. It's fine. I'm just mute yourself when you make those noises. It's a little distracting. That's all.
Yeah, check the side chat real quick.
You need to calm down, man.
I'm gonna just mute him, man. I'm gonna just mute him on my side.
So what I was gonna say was,
anything but debate me, though.
Yeah. Anyways, I was gonna say that when you put a cap, you basically make it so that you cause unemployment. And the reason why that is because when you make it more expensive to hire people who own businesses tend to hire less of the people who are within that wage range, because they have to pay more when they would otherwise pay less. So when it comes to most goods and services, when people have to pay more for the same goods or services, when otherwise would have been lower, they generally buy less than they would otherwise.
Yeah, I feel I understand that, but my only critique is that I feel like that ignores just like how people act in the real world. Like, I don't think a CEO is going to be nice and like do all that. Like I 100% see a world where the owners and the boards of directors or whatever of these companies that own everything, they just decide, you know what, fuck everybody else, we're just going to try to make as much profit as possible, and like we're all just going to agree to like make we're just going to pay everybody really low wages or like some other thing, right? Because that already happens in like America when there are regulations. Like, taking away those regulations isn't going to like fix everything. Like, all that's going to do is just make like the corruption worse, because there's nothing stopping people from being corrupt. Like, I feel like you're acting like people are just gonna like from the kindness of their heart just be nice and not be corrupt. Like, if there's nothing stopping anybody from doing anything, right? If there's no actual like government or any like actual entity type thing that is like in control of something, and like at least even like rhetorically, right? Even if it doesn't have like any actual power, right? Even if it's just like a court system or some shit, if it doesn't have anything like that, then it's basically just who can have the biggest militia of people with guns, and that person's in charge. Like, I don't see how.
So when it comes to wages,
stops that at all.
So when it comes to wages, companies don't pay people wages out of the kindness of their heart. I don't expect
government requires them to.
I don't expect business owners or CEOs to pay people high wages out of the kindness of their heart. What I expect is to them to follow basic economics, right? Which is essentially that businesses want to make more money than what they spend, and in order to entice people to work for them, they have to charge more than what people are willing to give up for the than what they're willing to give up in order to work there, which would mean that people are willing to give up their time in exchange for a certain amount of wages. And if you're not offering a wage that people are willing to give up their time for, well, then you're basically not going to make any money, and you're going to end up losing money and going down the drain. So that's why under the current market as if we see it right now, most states, most businesses in most states actually pay above minimum wage, even places like McDonald's. And the reason why that is because they want to entice people to work for them as opposed to their competitors, because if they have more people working for them, they are allowed to push out a larger amount of productivity. So you don't need the state in order to entice people to basically pay people more. And you don't need to appeal to the kindness of CEOs' hearts. You just need to look at simple market mechanics, and you could see it in the real world that even when the minimum wage is set, most businesses pay above it.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the government in this situation, it's not here to like entice the CEOs and them to like set good prices. It's not like, that's not what they're there. It's there to force them to, right? Because in your world, right, where the only reason that the CEOs and the shareholders or whatever are putting the wages to where people can live is to where, because they need people to work, right? And you're just talking about economics. Well, economically, what is stopping them from just being like, oh, just like making slavery? Like, what's stopping them from being like, oh, like this group of people
again
is just
because people can leave
indefinitely, and we have big
because
guns.
people can move to another company.
Like, well,
people can move from one company to another company.
That's
So,
not
for
true,
instance,
like,
it is
if
true.
You enslave somebody, what's stopping the companies from just forcing them, from like shackling them, and like physically shackling them?
Why are they shackling people right now? Why aren't they shackling people right now?
Because there's laws against them. Because
there would be laws. You think us AnCaps are against law?
If there's no government to like actually like force people to follow those laws. How are those laws going to be followed?
We believe
what's
in
making
law.
people
We
follow these
just
laws?
and we believe in governance. We just don't believe that the state.
The only reason people
we don't
believe
believe
in
in the
law
state.
is because there is a state that will bring you to jail if
You don't
break
need
them.
a state
If
in
there
order
is
to
no
protect
mechanism,
people, and you don't need a state in order to
there
protect
100%
people.
is. There
You can
100% is.
it's perfectly
need that.
legitimate.
Like, that is like,
It's perfectly probable and perfectly possible, and in fact, it has happened in the real world, where private insurance agency.
Name one time that.
Well, in real world right now, there's
country,
a in Honduras they have a small island off of Honduras called Prospera, and they have
small
essentially
island. America is not a small island.
Not only
America
that, but in medieval
million people.
Not only that, but in medieval Iceland they had private.
You're actually defending dog rape. You're fucking weirdo,
Okay,
dude.
respectfully,
Like,
I'm gonna mute you respectfully, dude.
Dude, I have him on like 5%. Like,
Yeah,
I can
dude.
barely hear what he's saying.
So medieval Iceland had private law and private adjudication. Medieval Ireland also had private law and there's tons of
examples. Tiny economies with small people, and there was
No, it
still
wasn't.
like, yes,
No, it was not. Medieval Iceland had hundreds of thousands of people.
350 million people.
Yeah, I'm asking you to drive it.
And the other point, and my other point is that I'm willing to bet you that.
Well,
these
actually, you
places-
told me to give you an
People
example
have rights, and I can object to
of
drive
when
rights
it
theory
actually
from
has
people who
happened,
do
and I did
elections.
give you an example. So it seems like no example I can give you is going to be good enough, because
Free will.
anytime that I give you an example, you're just going to raise the bar. Oh, well, that's not
mean-
enough people. Oh, well, that doesn't make enough sense. Oh, well, that's
I mean,
not enough this.
Dude, are you telling me you would like to live in medieval Iceland or medieval these places? Like, these places, you would not want to live here. Like, I'm
I mean,
living in
if
America.
in comparison,
Like, what was
I
the
was
life
living, if I was living in the medieval times, I would prefer living there. But as of right
but you're
now,
not.
You
I
jump.
know that. But as of right now, I'm living in the United
You
States.
justify your
What
theory
was
of
the
universe.
But again,
expectancy?
my
Like-
in the United States, we have a criminal government that forcibly
I'm saying,
extracts wealth
yeah.
from innocent people.
Yeah, you think that's,
and I want
yeah,
I
you
want to
think that's a
stop that.
concept. I don't agree. That's a concept.
Yes, but the reason that they're extracting the wealth, it's not like they're. Oh, okay, I will say this: our current government is very inefficient at doing it. Right? I would much rather. I think that like governments like Sweden and Norway right now, they are way better at like what they're doing. But I do believe that. It like taxation isn't just stealing the money and doing nothing with it, right? Ideally, when you tax, you're giving something to the society, right? Like
Just
you
because
take
it
tax
doesn't
money
matter.
and then you make roads, right?
It doesn't
and then
matter.
you make roads, and then you do other
Roads
things.
can be
And then
privatized.
and then you have like police officers and stuff.
Police can be
So somebody
privatized.
can't just like go into your house and murder you, right?
Police can be
in
privatized.
Who's this other dude that's talking? Who is this other dude that's talking? Like, I can't hear shit.
Just mute him.
Bro, Bell, stop talking to him, bro.
Concept formation. Then you claim they do have a concept formation, and then you're not justifying a theory
Okay,
of
whatever.
concept.
Yeah, muted him. Yeah, but like, still, like,
All
under
those things
your-
can be privatized.
Yeah, but if it's privatized, once it's privatized, it doesn't have the like incentive of like socially helping people. It has the incentive of like
Yes,
like
it does.
stockholder value, and it has the incentive of like the
But how do
CEO
you
and
think
whatever
they're going to
one
make
person
money?
wants.
If you're an insurance company, how you make money is by protecting the property and of the insurance claimants, and if they're competing,
but
and if they're competing,
private
hold on,
insurance
whoa,
companies
wait a minute.
in America today are evil as
That's
hell.
because it's
like
that's
what?
because it's heavily regulated
No,
and
What?
it's monopolized.
If it was less regulated, it would be more evil. Like that just doesn't
That's
make
not
sense.
true. It's heavily monopolized, and the reason why that is because the state makes it illegal for you to drive a car without the state's permission, without any sort of car insurance, which makes it basically monopolized. So they're allowed to get away with a lot of things that they would otherwise not be able to in a free market. When you don't have those regulations in the industry, then you have less monopolization.
That's just not how it works at all. Like what?
What
like
name
I
one?
kinda
What did I
understand
say that was
I kind
wrong?
of understand that. I kind
What
of
did I say
understand
that was wrong?
to a point. Oh, okay, okay. I can. Okay, this is what I'm saying, right? I understand what you're saying in an idealized world where people act logistically, where people are like don't act emotionally, where people like make decisions based off logic 100% of the time. Under that world, I can see 100% what you're saying, and that does make sense. But that's not the world we live in.
Hold on.
People
That's
do
not
things
what
off
I.
emotions. People
You're
are
not
irrational.
disproving
That's
at
why
the exact.
that is
That's
why.
hold on. What you're saying does not disprove at all what I just
Yes,
said.
it does. It very
What
much
I
does.
just said. What I just. Wait, actually, say back to me what I just said.
You're saying that the reason that insurance are monopolized is because regulations make it hard for like new people to like come into the industry, and because of regulations,
Yeah, so the state makes it illegal for you not to buy
like
car
yeah, to
insurance
not buy a
when
car
you drive a
insurance, yeah.
car. That's monopolization. That's making that that's the state handing over a monopoly to private companies. Aren't you against
No, all that that's
monopolization?
doing, all that
This
does is it makes it that everybody needs to have an insurance. The state doesn't make you choose an
Did you
insurance.
mute
You
me?
still choose the insurance.
No, you're not
It's not
muted.
like the state is making you choose. It's not like the state is making you. It's like giving you forcefully an insurance.
No, if you drive your
that
car,
it has. Then it
if
would
you
be
drive a car,
monopolized.
it's illegal for you to drive around without insurance, right?
Yes, but the government isn't forcing you
that's
to
handing
choose
over.
an insurance.
They are forcing you
government
to
isn't
choose an
saying
insurance.
the government isn't saying you have to use this specific insurance. It's saying you have to use a insurance.
Oh my
Like,
god, this guy.
You
Oh my
get what
god.
I'm saying?
That's still a monopoly. That's still handing over a monopoly to
This-
the industry.
Who though?
Hold on, Rap-
It's not
Hey,
giving
Rapt,
one
can you
specific
unmute
company.
Delphine? He's trying to tell you something.
Okay.
Didn't you talk to Jerkman the
One
other
second.
day?
All right, you're unmuted, man.
Didn't
I think
you
he
talk
can
to
hear you
Jerkman
now.
the other day? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Didn't you talk to Jerkman the other day?
I did not.
Pretty sure you did. You have him friended.
I was not here
I
yesterday.
remember you talking to him. I'm pretty sure. No, I didn't say yesterday. Just maybe a couple days ago. Pretty sure it was you.
Okay, maybe a couple days ago. I don't really remember. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
What was it about?
Oh, it's the
Why?
same thing you were saying right now.
I don't remember this. I mean, I might have. I don't.
Well,
I don't
isn't it
know,
okay?
bro.
So it may not be full on monopolization, but it definitely is the state handing over, forcing people to pay into a service they would otherwise not want to pay into.
Yes. No. I understand what you're saying about that part, but I'm saying that it would be monopolization if the government was saying you have to use this specific insurance. Then it would be monopolization because one specific insurance owns basically all of like that.
What about
like,
when the state
industry,
makes it
right?
illegal? What about when
Alright.
the state makes it illegal for you to buy insurance, health insurance
We're
outside
talking
of
over
your
each other.
state?
You're talking over each other, right? All on point. Sithis' point here, right, is that when the state helps someone, right, that's what creates monopolies. It's when the state helps them in any sense. It doesn't. They're not directly making it literally that you have to choose this one specific company. They're helping them and they're destroying their competition, right, which creates these monopolies. That's all the point is. It's not that they're directly creating it by like in this like pedantic sense.
Yeah, if you make it so that you have to pay for a service that you would otherwise choose not to, the people who give out those services are less incentivized to provide as good of a service because you could no longer you have no choice but to buy either from either them or one of their competition.
Okay, well, what happens when what happens when somebody makes like a product and there is no regulation, so they make a product that like hurts a lot of people or some shit, or like things
That's a
aren't like
crime.
regularly tested or something. Yeah.
I mean, if somebody mislabels something or lies about some good that they're selling,
no,
that's
not
fraud.
even what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying like safety procedures like in factories or stuff. Like because like that's another thing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with
regulations
cutting
do.
corn as long as you're honest about it. I mean, you can't ban dangerous jobs.
I mean, I feel like cutting corners definitely does like the whole Boeing thing when like Boeing cuts corners with like making their planes and then a bunch of people die in like plane crashes. Like I think that's bad, you know. Like that's
Well, they
that's another thing regulations don't
if they're
prevent.
flying a plane, and if they're flying planes around and they're the ones that made it, and it falls out of the sky as a result of their as a result of their negligence, well, then they're responsible for that. Yeah, 100%, and they would owe those people restitution.
Well, yeah,
or at
but
least
who
their
makes
family.
them? Well, yeah, but like who forces
They're private
them to
insurance.
do that?
They're private insurance agencies. Private insurance.
Paul.
I mean, yeah, but like, what's stopping them from just like not doing that? Like,
Oh, it's
like
fucked
my
up,
point
Paul.
is,
I got you.
like my whole
It's
point
fucked up.
is that like, is that like, what is stopping these people from just doing things that are economically sound, that economically make sense, but morally is bankrupt? Because like in this
Well, it
situation,
depends on what you mean by morally bankrupt.
Like something like
If there's
slavery. Like slavery.
Okay, well,
economically
slavery is an aggression.
Like,
so you would not be allowed to do that.
Okay. Why? What's stopping them?
What would stop them? Their private insurance. The same way a state stops other people from, the same way states stop other countries from or other people from coming and enslaving you. Your private insurance agency would do the same thing. It would just be it would do all the same functions, except it would just be a private company, and it would be better and more efficient because it has competition.
I mean, okay. How about this, right? Like, in cases of like, in case of like somebody like squatters' rights, right? If somebody like tries to take my house, right? What proof do I have that the house is mine? And like, would there be like a court system, like,
maybe
or something?
You would have to show your deed,
like,
your
private
deed.
Well,
your
yeah, but if that deed is just from my private insurance, what's stopping another dude from getting just like making a deed from a different private insurance? And
well,
then,
if you've
like,
gotten it,
clashing?
I would expect your private insurance to before they insure your house, they would inspect the deed to make sure that you are the actual legitimate owner. And if somebody else tries to make a claim, they would know that that claim is illegitimate because they've already seen your deed.
Sure that you're the owner?
Because they've already seen the deed. They already seen the proof that you're the owner. They wouldn't insure your house unless they know that you're the owner.
Well, yeah, but like, dude,
a
would
deed,
they have
a receipt,
like,
a title, something like if you're going to insure something, they would expect them to want some sort of proof to prove that you are the
literally
owner.
Happens all the time in America, and we have like ways of like tracking people, like under a system
there
where
are ways. I mean, there are ways to. There are ways of dealing with that. There are ways of dealing with that under a private insurance agency. I mean, do you think do you think that we have private insurance for cars and people steal other people? Wait, stop. We have private insurance for cars, right? And people steal other people's cars, right? And we still find ways of recovering people's cars and paying for people's cars who are stolen in the private insurance industry. I don't see why it would be that much harder to do it with a house or any other piece of property. So we have real life examples of this.
The reason it works is because there's like police officers and like FBI officers and like
there would be police.
That, like,
we would have that too.
These things done.
We would have that too. It would just be privatized.
We would have police.
Yeah, it would just be privatized.
Well, then what authority would they have? Like what?
The authority of their their private insurance. If somebody violates your rights. Let's say if somebody violates... Wait, you asked me a question. Now you're not letting me answer the question. So let's say if somebody attacks you...
Well, because I was like a two-part question, and you were trying to answer it too early.
I got to answer the first part of the question first. So let's say you're a private insurance agency, and one of your clients comes in and tells you that they got attacked. They show you the evidence, right? Then what you would do is you would go to their insurance agency, hey, your client just violated our rights. Then that company would go to their client and extract restitution from their client. Or if they don't believe it, they will go to some third-party court and then they will settle the dispute, and whatever the third party court adjudicates is how they would settle it.
Well, what if the dude just says, yeah, well, I don't think that court's valid. Like, what then? And that's
you
not
would
really
have to print in order to get private insurance. Wait, whoa, no. You just asked me a question.
I wasn't finished.
You literally just asked me a question.
I was not finished with it though. I was not finished with the question though.
You were finished with the question.
No, I was not. Like, I said, but the overarching point is, and then you said, wait, like before I could say what the overarching point of this entire thing was, because like I made a point, and then I added on to it, and I was trying to say like what the overarching.
Oh, you asked me a question.
Reason of it is because I was making like a bunch of small points that don't really matter right now. Like those, the what we were talking about last time was just to build up to like the larger like overarching point of it.
I have answers. You know? I have answers to all these questions. You just don't want to hear them, it seems.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying that the question that I just asked was a small question, and it was more of like a rhetorical question, so I could get up to the actual like.
Well, then ask it. Well, you're like dragging your feet, man.
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to do. Like, can I say it?
The floor is yours, dude. I haven't been talking for the last minute.
Okay, so, okay, back. Sure. Okay, my overarching point is that under your system, there is no accountability.
Not true.
Without there isn't though, because
that's not true.
All of this, everything that you have been saying, like, lies under that. People are just going to.
Who holds the state accountable?
Like you're going against the least aggression principle, which just like doesn't work. Like
who holds the state accountable?
We do. We the people.
No, you don't.
We the people hold the state.
Okay, so if the state goes,
we have elections.
So if the state goes,
have elections and stuff.
So if the state,
if a senator does something that we don't like, we primary him. We don't vote for him.
So if the state says, "Hey, I want to take your house using eminent domain," now what?
There are a bunch of different judges, and there's a bunch of different.
Okay, and the judge says no.
That I can do.
And now the judge says no. Now
ignore the judges.
You can't ignore the judges because there's an actual system. You get one that does
say yes.
Yeah, sure.
You can't just get one that says no. You can't just say get one. Eventually, they're gonna say no. What if they say no? I don't care.
Then fuck.
Well, it depends. Like,
Robert,
it's not.
I'm not talking to you.
Just cruel assholes that just fucking hate you, and you're just gonna say no.
No, they do that. They do that. They do that. What do you mean? Wait. You don't. Wait. They do that though.
No.
They do that.
Not.
Yes, they do. You never heard of eminent domain? You've never heard of eminent domain? You never heard of the eminent domain? Do you know what eminent domain is? Yes or no?
But I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm pretty okay. Not that much, but I'm pretty sure that if the state has some.
Do you know what civil asset forfeiture is?
Taking your house or taking your belongings.
Oh, so that of course.
Something about the state taking.
So they have a right. They have a right to take your house, right?
Something about the state taking your stuff.
Do you know what civil asset forfeiture is?
Under what circumstance?
So if the government suspects you of using or selling drugs, they could take your property from you. They could take your car, your house, anything they suspect is connected to. Like, let's say you have $1,000 in your car, and they suspect you're selling drugs. They'll say, "Hey, this is drug money," and they'll take it, and you have to go to court in order to get it back. That's the government stealing.
Whistleblowers. They can just kill you. They can just kill you if they feel like it.
Yeah. So, who checks the state?
Not really. Like, I don't.
What do you mean, not really? That happens all the time.
I don't think that. No.
It does.
Yeah, but like if you're selling drugs, right? Then that's
this
illegal.
happens to
Like,
people who don't
then that's
sell
against the
drugs.
state,
This
know?
has
Like,
happened.
what?
This happens to people who don't sell drugs. They
Okay,
take
then
your
prove that
money.
you don't sell
They take your
drugs.
stuff. Listen to me. They take your money. They take your stuff, right? And then you have to go to court to prove that it wasn't drug money.
Well, yeah, but under your system, that doesn't solve that problem at all.
It does. It would be illegal for them to confiscate your money, and drugs wouldn't be illegal.
What?
Why should drugs be illegal?
Okay, then what if an insurance company steals your car? Then what? Like,
why would they steal your car?
Something other than that, because they can. Because there's nothing stopping them.
There would be something stopping. There would be other. There would be other competing private insurance. There would be other. There would be other. There would be other competing private insurance agencies. The law would be the non. We do have laws. The non-aggression principle.
Well, yeah, but there's no reason for anybody to follow that. Like, you're just saying, oh yeah, don't be mean.
Wait a minute. Nobody has ever said in this conversation, don't be mean. That's you saying that.
The non-aggression principle is.
No, it's not. The non-aggression principle. Okay, so I guess you don't. I guess you don't know what the non-aggression principle is. So I'll explain it to you. The non-aggression principle is one does not have the right to initiate force or initiate an aggression against an innocent person. If a private insurance agency takes your stuff, you could move to another private insurance agency, and that private insurance agency will extract restitution from that company, and they would publicize the fact that that company is taking stuff, thus causing their customers to move to other companies because they don't want to get their stuff taken too. So yeah, whereas under a state, they could take your money regardless of whether they're providing the service or not. If they're providing you a service, they could steal from you, they could take your money, it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do.
But you're acting like these insurance companies are going to be good. You're acting like these insurance.
I never said that.
There's nothing like.
I said they're going to be more incentivized. They're going to be more incentivized to provide you the good or service that you want, and the reason why is because
they have of
profit.
What incentive do they have?
Profit.
Of not
what's going?
Yeah.
And if you're in an industry,
hey, what's going on? Elevated bad actors.
Hold on, Robert. You're talking.
Profitable by screwing people over all the time. That's literally what the billionaires are doing right now under capitalism.
Yeah, but how are they? Right now. You know what? You know how they're doing it. You know how they're doing it. They're using the state. If there was no state, they wouldn't be able to do it. They use the state in order to put regulation. They put regulations to put out their competitors, to stop their competitors from competing with them.
What regulations are stopping competitors from competing with Apple? The only
minimum wage laws, licensing laws. Well, minimum wage laws make it illegal for you to hire someone under a certain wage.
Yes, and that's a bad thing because
it increases unemployment. Because that increases unemployment.
Yeah, but like Apple.
Yes,
who does
it does,
Apple hire
but,
besides
like,
the people that man the Apple stores? I thought Apple doesn't hire a lot of people.
Well, fundamentally, whenever they increase when they increase when they increase the minimum wage, that makes it so that the only companies that are able to compete with them are the ones that are able to pay that minimum wage. So if they bring it higher, there's less companies. Whoa! Let me explain. Let me explain. So if they raise the minimum wage, the higher it is, the less companies will be able to compete with them because there'll be less companies that will be able to pay that wage. So the higher they raise it, the more less competition that they'll have, and the more monopolistic they'll be. So if you have less regulation, if you have less regulation, you have less barriers to entry, and you will have less monopolization. Whereas under a free market, you have no regulation, thus no monopolization.
But
yeah, but I was just asking. I know this is the thing, but I don't think Apple was
the one advocating. Oh my god. Okay, if there isn't regulation, right? There is nothing stopping all of these companies from just making all of the wages shit and just making all of them shit. So
okay, I've already explained to you why this isn't true. I've already explained to you this. I've already explained to you. I've already explained to you why this isn't true.
If
Because
every
if
company just pays
you
really
just want to hear
shit so
yourself
you can't
talk,
do anything.
I've already
so
heard
you
your
can't do
argument.
anything,
I already heard your argument. So
how does that not work? Tell me how that does not work.
I understand. I already heard your argument. So let me answer it. So when, again, and I've already explained this to you, so I guess I'll catch you up to the conversation because you weren't listening to me earlier. So the thing is, when you're a worker and there isn't just one company that hires every single person, right? There are multiple companies in multiple different industries in which you could choose with varying different wages. And because of that, there are multiple different companies. Even in the same industry, there are multiple different companies. So in order to entice people, in order to work for the company, what companies do is they compete with each other by raising wages higher than each other in order to entice more people to work for their company. That's why in many states, even when they have a minimum wage, most companies pay above the minimum wage and without being forced. And the reason why that is because they are enticed to. They do that to entice people to work for them as opposed to their competitors.
Yes, but the only reason that they go above the minimum wage is because there is a minimum wage in the first place.
That's
to
not
entice
true.
the workers by paying above the minimum wage, right?
Again, if that was true, if that was true, then why doesn't every single company just pay the minimum wage?
Because A, some people can't afford to do that, and B,
exactly,
right? If everyone paid, yeah, but that's not the point. The point is, without the point is that I understand.
No, you're saying
that
listen.
Right now,
so
there are
yeah. So if we didn't have a minimum wage, people wouldn't just pay everybody $2 an hour, right?
But what is stop? I am saying that there is nothing stopping companies.
There's nothing stopping people paying. There's nothing stopping companies from paying people above minimum wage, and they're doing it anyways.
Because it's enticing. Because there is a minimum wage.
No, they're paying above the minimum wage. What is enticing them to pay above the minimum wage?
For the people that's working.
Okay, so then, but you're okay, but I understand that. But if you're saying if there was no minimum wage, everybody would pay below minimum wage, but that isn't true. People are paying above the minimum wage right now.
Dude, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if there was no minimum wage, people, i.e., companies, would just pay super little, as little money as they possibly.
But that's not true. If that was true, then everybody. If that was true, every company would just pay the minimum wage right now.
But there isn't. But okay,
I live in Texas.
There is no minimum. I live in Texas too. Like I am saying,
every state in the United States has a minimum wage.
Yes, I know.
We have a very low minimum wage.
Okay, so then why doesn't every state? Sorry, Robert. Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt.
Here in Texas, we have a minimum wage of like $7 and change.
$7.25.
It's very, very easy to find a entry-level job that pays above, if not double that. Like Walmart pays $15 an hour. Amazon pays I think low 20s. And these are entry-level jobs that pay nowhere close to the minimum wage. So if they got rid of the minimum wage, I don't think those jobs would lower their wage at all. But the idea is large companies like Amazon and Walmart want to raise a wage because it denies your competition workers if you pay more. So then it leaves companies like your small mom and pop shops that have very bad margins and can't afford to pay people $15 an hour. They can't get employees because their employees can just get a job somewhere else.
Exactly.
So it's their way of places like Walmart and Amazon. I know you said Apple as an example. I don't know if Apple does that. I don't think they would.
Well, I was just using the minimum wage as an example of regulation. I wasn't just, but you know what I mean. But continue.
But places like Walmart will advocate for the state to raise the minimum wage because Walmart is every small store is competition to Walmart. So Walmart wants to bankrupt those stores by raising the minimum wage to something their opponents can't buy into.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the fix to that is just don't make the minimum wage too high. The fix isn't just remove the minimum wage. Like that doesn't prove that the minimum wage is bad. It just proves that too high of a minimum wage is bad. Like too much of anything
How do you know
is
when
bad.
it's too high?
I don't know, stress test the economy. Like, just figure
But
it
we
out.
don't need
trial and
to,
error.
because here in Texas we have a stupid low minimum wage, but companies, a lot of jobs pay well over our minimum wage. So even if you got rid of our minimum wage, the economy will still work here.
It would make no difference. Yeah.
Because especially like the minimum wage used to actually be something, because it hasn't changed much and the currency is inflated to be basically dog shit. So like when our minimum wage was ratified, it'd probably be like what $16 an hour is now with inflation. But even though our minimum wage is really, really low, these companies don't pay anywhere near the minimum wage.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason why that is to
really
entice
wants to
people
work for the minimum wage.
Well, because
Exactly.
of people. Exactly. So in order to entice people to work for them, you have to pay above the minimum wage, right? And that's how competition works.
If there wasn't a minimum wage, then people would then it would make it very easy for it to be like, oh yeah, most of these jobs are paying an arbitrary
So
amount of
then
money
why
that
in
just is not
Texas?
enough for me to live.
So then if that was true, then why don't you see in Texas everyone paying $7 an hour or just above $7 an hour?
Yeah, it's $7.25, he said. So yeah.
Or $7.20.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm
pretty sure
saying, right?
Yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to say, right? You know, why don't companies just pay just above $7.25 an hour or $7.25 an hour if that was the case?
They don't. Okay, the only reason they don't do that is because people don't want to work for minimum wage. But that doesn't mean that the minimum wage is bad. It doesn't mean that the minimum wage is like
No,
like
I'm not
making
saying that the
monopolies
minimum.
or
Hold
anything.
on.
It just means that
Let's
too
put the
high of a
minimum wage
yeah,
is bad argument
can-
aside. Let's put about the minimum wage is bad argument. I agree the minimum wage is bad, but let's put that aside for a second. In Texas, the minimum wage is $7 an hour. Most jobs don't pay, or if any job does not pay $7 an hour, right? So getting rid of the minimum wage in Texas would not make any difference to the economy there, right?
I mean, I feel like it would make a difference because without the minimum wage, there would be nothing stopping businesses from
So
going
what's stopping?
low.
So what's stopping them from paying everybody $7 now? If it's
Because
not the minimum,
nobody would
or $8 now, if it's not the
because think
minimum
about it, right?
wage.
Because think about
Yeah,
it,
nobody
right?
would work if it was
what the
below
minimum wage
minimum.
does.
What the minimum wage is now, either, right? By your logic.
What?
Right, imagine if it was 6. Imagine if we got rid of minimum wage, right? There was no more federal minimum wage. It wasn't $7.25 at minimum. You had to be paid per hour.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like all of a sudden everyone's just going to be like, oh, I'm now willing to work for $5 an hour. That's not what happens right now. Even if companies wanted to do that, that's not going to happen because most people aren't going to be willing to work for that low of a wage, just like how most people aren't now.
Yeah.
But people are willing to work for low wages
The
right
truth,
Yeah, some
the truth
people.
is,
But
me
most
and you,
people are not.
We as human beings, we carry the minimum wage, and we do this subconsciously. Like when we get a job offer, we hear them out in the interview, and they say, "I'm going to need you to work for this rate," and you're like, "Fuck that," and you walk out, and you're not interested. That is the minimum wage. If the minimum wage is whatever someone would be willing to work for in that price. That's why people who are illegal immigrants, a lot of illegal immigrants I know get paid above minimum wage, even though they don't legally have to be, because that's just the bare minimum amount of money that it would take for them to do a job.
Yeah. Also, Thomas Sowell
dictated by the minimum wage.
Thomas Sowell had a pretty interesting quote.
What about in some shithole country where the economy is fucked and there are no regulations and everyone's getting paid?
Yeah, let them work for low wages. Then they probably need it, right?
What?
Well,
they probably need the fucking low wages there, right?
If their economy is so fucked, can they even afford to pay them at all?
Well, yeah.
Thomas Sowell has a really great quote.
Wages, but there's it's way too low. They can't afford to do anything.
Who are you to tell people what's too low?
What?
Who are you to tell people what's too low for them to work for? If they consent to work for fucking $1 an hour, who are you to tell them that they can't? Who is the government to tell them they can't?
What? I'm saying that if you're working and the money that you're getting is not enough for you to live, then that's too low. Like I
Then
feel
you
like
don't work. And then those
well, then you
plots,
How is
die.
that too?
they can't get someone to work there.
No,
You
but
don't work,
like,
then you
shit,
die.
yeah,
you gotta
but
raise the wage.
hear me out, guys. So the real minimum wage, here's what Thomas Sowell said, right? The real minimum wage fundamentally is 0, because that's what people will make if people get fired, if the minimum wage is set above their productivity. If you have a low productivity, like if you're living in a country in which they have very low productivity, generally is the reason why they have much lower wages, right? Then putting a price cap on, or a cap on, or a ceiling on how, or what they're allowed to pay, that creates unemployment, because there are a whole bunch of businesses that could pay more people lower wages but have more employees, but instead they're forced to pay less employees higher wages, which then makes it so that there are less jobs to go around, which makes that there's a higher unemployment. It means there's
I don't
it makes
think
it harder
poverty
for you to
comes
find
from
a
low
job.
productivity.
Well, it does.
What do you think?
Well,
It comes
no,
from?
what? It's not productivity. It's just that your labor, like the worth of your labor, just isn't going to you.
That is what
shithole
productivity
countries-
is. That's
people-
what productivity is. That's the worth of your labor.
Well, yeah, like you're doing labor, but you have worth of labor. It's you're just not getting it. Even somebody in
That's
this
the labor
shithole
theory of
country,
value.
like them farming, like their farming has a worth that's more than what they're getting.
That's the labor theory of value. Your value is not determined by the amount of labor you put into something. The value of your work is not determined by how much work is put into that thing. It is determined by what people in the market are willing to pay or willing to give up in exchange for that thing. You could work all day on a farm, but if your produce can exchange for pennies on the market, well, then that's what you're gonna get. Your labor does not magically make something worth more. This whole idea that, somebody worked really hard and the value of their labor is taken from them because nobody wants to buy their produce. Well, that's nonsense. Because if the thing was valuable, people would want to buy it.
Because nobody wants to buy their produce. Like it's not like that.
Value is subjective.
A bunch of produce. It's not like they have a bunch of produce and then and then just nobody wants to buy it. Like it's probably just like a bunch of other reasons. I don't think it's like that.
If you go into the market, they generally have a price for what they are willing to buy your produce at, and if it isn't enough to recoup the cost of the labor that you put in, well, then that's what you get.
Right.
I mean, you can't just because you put in a lot of work. Just because you put in a lot of work into something does not mean that you're worth any more than what it is worth on the market.
Well, yeah, but in Sudan, the problem isn't that people isn't that the food is just people aren't buying the food. It's just the environment that they're in. It's warlords will go take your food or some shit, or I don't know, it's harsh outside or something, right? Or any lieu of issues that can happen in an economy with a very unstable environment. I don't really think I think it has a
your
lot
environment
more to do than,
affects your productivity. Because if you're not able to get your produce somewhere in which people value it, then you're shit out of luck. That's the subjective theory of value. Again, just because you put a lot of hard work into something does not mean that your thing that you're producing is automatically valuable. Whether or not it's valuable is determined by the market.
Well, yeah, but in Sudan, the problem isn't that it's not valuable or not. It's just that it's getting stolen, or like something is happening to it that's just like out of your control. Like what they're doing is still they're like the farmers and like the like
But
I
that
don't even
doesn't
know like
take.
what the
Wait,
fuck
wait.
the people are
Again, that
doing
you're
in
not
Sudan.
disproving what I'm arguing. Again, we're not talking about somebody robbing somebody. We're talking about exchange in the market. Whether or not your thing is valuable is
my point with the
determined.
anarcho-capitalism part was that there is nothing stopping
Again,
people
that's not
from
true.
like robbing you and like
It's not
or
true.
companies from robbing you or like
It's
these
not true.
insurance people from robbing you. Like that's the entire
That
point.
isn't true. You have private. I've already explained this. So I'll catch you up to the conversation again.
Well, yeah, but
there would be
what you were
private
saying just
insurance.
doesn't work. Like what? Like
How do you know?
if that works,
What would make you think it doesn't work?
If that works, then why has no big country in
Because the state is
modern
makes it
history done
illegal.
it?
The state makes it illegal.
And
Well, why has no
Also, it has been
large-tier
worked in the real
actual-
world.
Why has no country in the world modernly done this in like
Prospera.
actually
Actually,
tried to do
there
it?
has Prospera.
Is that a big country with multiple millions
Honduras?
of people and a robust economy?
Oh, so now you're shifting the goalpost.
I literally said modern. I said what modern country? And
Yeah,
modern
it is a
country means
Honduras
big
is a
country.
modern. I mean, Prospera is going on today, so it's a modern country. Yes.
Why would
Well, I mean,
modern
modern
have
in
to
the
be a
sense
big
of like
country?
economically. I mean, like modern in the sense of like,
Yes.
you know, like it's not just like a shithole place with like people living in huts and shit.
It's not. Prospera is very rich.
Okay, well, I'll have to look that up because I did not know that. I will admit, like, if there is like a genuine place, I've never heard of that place. Shit, like I don't know, like
It's a
is
okay.
there,
So
like, any
basically,
other place? Is
Honduras
there like multiple
created
places?
these economic freedom zones, right? Allowed for
Who
these
did?
economic freedom zones, and that made it
Honduras.
so that the
Honduras?
essentially, yeah, so that essentially, yeah, I don't know 100% of the details, so try not to nitpick me, but basically. They basically gave this island to this company. They purchased it, and the company basically owns a portion of the island. And basically they're allowed to tax people on it and charge people to stay on it. And
Well,
they
are you
basically
against
function.
taxing?
Well, it's not taxing because they own it, so they're just charging you rent to stay there. But they call it taxing. But the Prospera gets taxed.
Wait. How is that literally any different than like normal taxing?
Well, rent because
own it.
one is rent and the other one is taxing. Rent is not tax. It's not a tax.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. But the only reason that you pay taxes in a place is because you're living there. Like the taxing is.
Yeah, but the state is
basically
not
a
the
rent
owner of
to
the
live
land.
there.
Prospera is.
Is the state not the owner? Is the United States government not the owner of like the land of the United States?
No, they stole it.
Well, okay. Then how is that company the owner of that
Because
land?
they bought it.
Hola,
Well,
senor.
Well, yeah. Well, couldn't
Hola.
you say that that's not legitimate because whoever
Well,
got
because
it before them
consensual
stole that?
transaction.
Well, yeah. Couldn't you say that like that
Yeah,
transaction
girl.
is not
I
legitimate
literally
because the person stole it from the other person?
He
I mean,
muted
I don't
me
know. I don't have
because
any
of what I
evidence.
said earlier.
Who, me?
No, not you. We were in a different VC.
Yo,
Sorry.
sit this. Yo, sit this. Same question.
I got muted because I said God.
Do you know?
is for-
Do you know who taxation is theft is?
Yeah.
That guy keeps asking me to like make porn and show it to him.
Wow. He's really
Yeah.
into that tranny stuff, so.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? It's fucked up.
I mean, is that weird? I mean, aren't you trans? Like,
Well, yeah, but I'm not interested in like
oh, so you think it's weird that he's trying to accost you?
yeah, fat weirdos, their girlfriends. Like
Well, just tell him you're not in. Well, I mean, have you told him you're
I
not?
have.
Okay.
That's what I'm not interested in. I have a girlfriend. He's like, oh, you should like record you having sex with her and then send that to me. And I'm like, all right.
Just tell him no.
I did. You don't understand. He brings it up every
And
time.
then
I
he
go
gives.
to sleep.
Okay, so that he keeps bringing it up even after you said no.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell him that to tell you to tell him to leave you alone or something, or?
Look,
Yeah,
look,
tell him to back off.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He hosts like one of the only two AnCap VCs I ever see, and I can never go in it because like if I go in and he's like, Batgirl, show me your ass. I'm like, all right.
Well, I mean, me and him have been friends for a while, so we kind of hang out all the time. But
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I could tell him to back off if you want me to.
No, it's good. I mean, it's fine. I was just saying, like, I don't know. It's like your friend's weird, but it's okay.
He's definitely a bit out there.
He's not the only one.
No. And he is not ashamed at all.
No, he's not.
But that's why I like him.
Why do Christians get so mad when shit? Why do Christians get so mad when you say their God isn't real, bro? It's like
I got Christians really mad because I asked a Christian guy.
Thing.
I asked a
Cognitive
Christian
dissonance.
if God knows everything, and then they said yes. And then I said, "Does God know how it feels like to get fucked in the ass?" And then they said, "Yeah." And they said no.
If God is
I say
good,
no.
everything that God created is good, then is gay anal sex good?
Yeah.
I guess.
well, I don't think he states that everything that God makes is good.
Well,
I just
Yeah, it is.
Hey, yo, Cam, what do you think of my new
That's
webcam
not true. If
thing?
that's not true, then that kind of
well,
That sounds good.
listen, I'm not Christian, but it doesn't say that everything he creates is good. It just says that he creates everything.
I'm a proud Muslim, so.
That
Wait,
makes no
but God
sense.
can't sin, right?
Yeah, like if
God
God
doesn't
created
have a-
something that was evil, then would that not mean that God is capable of evil, and then that prove that God is not all good?
Well, God is omniscient. God doesn't have. God wouldn't follow the terms of good or evil because he is God. He is the creator. He defines what is good and evil.
Don't Christians usually say what is good is that God is just good?
Yeah, yeah. Christians
So
say
whatever
that
God
God is
couldn't
good.
create. God
So
apparently
whatever
can
God
create
does is
evil, though.
objectively good.
I don't know. I don't know.
Whatever
It's
God
just a
has
bunch
done
of
is objectively
bullshit.
good
Makes sense.
because he is the creator. I mean, his will. His will is the objective.
Christianity makes no sense.
Genuinely, bruh.
All right, yo, can you guys
just
convince
cognitive
my
dissonance.
convince my boy Wrapped Gift over here that he's wrong about the minimum wage, please? Because I don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
Christian by any means. I actually
Wait, is
highly
he pro minimum wage?
Yeah, he likes the minimum wage, bro. He's trying to
To what end?
Wrapped Gift.
I would say to the end that I think a high minimum wage is bad, but I think that having a minimum wage in general is fine.
Wrapped. Okay. A high minimum wage is relative to the price of everything else in the economy, first of all, and the price of all the other wages, first of all. So, like, what happens is that you increase the minimum wage, right? And then what's high keeps going up, and so they have to keep making more money. And as they make more money, the high gets even higher and higher and higher to no end until the point where money is like fucking. Well, we're talking about Star Wars amounts, where it's like 10 gazillion
Inflation.
goyos are. Yeah, 10 gazillion goyos are worth like
our money. The U.S. dollar will
3
basically
cents.
get turned into rupees at that point.
Well, why hasn't that happened now then?
Well, it is happening.
It's happening slowly.
You're observing it. You're observing it happening, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of inflation going on.
Well, yeah, but I don't think that it's valid to say that the inflation is caused by the minimum wage. I think there's a lot of other factors. I think minimum wage might be a factor.
Yeah,
but
it's
I
not
don't
causing.
think that it would be
it's
like
not
a high
cause.
factor.
Yeah. Okay. So right. If we had none of the other excessive regulation, none of the money printing, none of the weird social welfare programs, that if we didn't have any of that, right, and we just had a minimum wage, yes, it would be relatively innocuous, but it would still cause unnecessary inflation, and it would not actually be necessary at that point in society because the actual price of goods and the value of labor would actually be in a stable, static point, or relatively static point, and the efficiency of the society would be significantly higher.
I can explain this in a very easy way, if you don't mind.
Hold on. Well, I feel,
you asked me to do it.
I feel like that makes
Oh,
sense.
then you know what? You got it.
In a world where I feel like that makes sense. Yes, in a world where people act logically, like that makes sense if people weren't like acting off emotions and people made decisions that made sense. Like the entire reason we have a minimum wage is because people are cruel and the way that our system is set up.
Buddy. Listen. If you're defending anything in the context of a horribly inefficient society, like one we live in already, then you're actually missing the point. The point is to fix the problem, not to say, well, we have all these problems, so let's create more problems to fix our other problems, right? That's not typically the goal of a society, right? The goal of a society is to solve problems, not put put band-aids over other band-aids, right?
Well,
No,
yeah,
the
but
goal
I
of the
don't think
economy
that
is to nuke Venezuela.
anarcho-capitalism solves the problems as much as like they claim to be, and I think that they actually like I don't know, I feel like that anarcho-capitalism makes it like people are cruel, and I feel like if you remove all the guidelines and you remove like some sort of
What?
state figure to like make people to like follow laws and stuff,
Okay,
then why would that
okay.
not just go
Well,
downhill?
two things, and then let me stop you really quick. So first of all, you're not just against the minimum wage. You're actually in complete support of state capitalism and all of the other things that create the hyperinflation issues that you complain about in the first place. So you're not
like what?
Your problem is not just the minimum wage. Your problem is that from the ground up, your entire system is creating all the issues that you're complaining about in the first place, like the hyperinflation.
Yeah, no, I'm not a capitalist. I don't think capitalism is good. I just don't think that anarcho-capitalism.
No. I know you're not a capitalist. I know you're not a capitalist in like the libertarian capitalist style. You're a state capitalist. You want an authoritarian government that facilitates all of the trade. I just explained that to you.
Not necessarily. I don't think that.
Well,
you're finding all like the right things about anarcho-capitalism and making that the points against it. Like the main argument that anarcho-capitalism will fail is you'll just get gang raped by another state. You don't have to talk about if the economy usually can run itself because people be semi-rational actors.
That was my entire point. That's literally what I was talking about the other dude. Like I was literally saying, like, what's stopping
private insurance companies?
What's stopping like an insurance company from just like enslaving you, or what's?
Oh my god! This is such a stupid argument. Okay. What's stopping the government from enslaving you, Rapt?
I don't know, because we voted to not do that.
The government can enslave me if it couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. So the government can enslave you, and so can the insurance company. The problem is the thing we're looking for. We're looking for the system that is the most efficient, the most productive, and raises the quality of life the fastest, as well as being the hardest for you to be enslaved in, right? And so, and the answer to that is not a giant authoritarian state with a giant military that can steal money from you consensually. Or
unconsensually,
or legally. Sorry, legally is what I meant to say.
Yeah, or legally
steal money from you. The solution is not the state. All of the problems that people complain about in anarcho-capitalism, like the fucking the Jeff Bezos tycoons coming and raping your daughter and taking all of your money, is actually 10 times worse than a society with a state. Because the state is inherently more powerful than any of these corporations ever could possibly be.
And you can just be raped by a different state.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Robert. I'm addressing his criticism. If you want to address the whole
that
problem,
was kind of part of my criticism too. Like it
wasn't
just
your criticism is like an insurance company will come and steal all your shit, and because the government can't sanction the insurance company.
Yeah,
it was more. I mean, yeah, it was that, but I feel like I don't know. Like the way I meant it was more broader of just like anybody raping you. Like that could be like a different country. That could be like internal.
Is that the insurance company probably leans on the government to have the authority to rape your shit?
Yeah. So if you want me to address, like, Robert E. Lee's is a relatively valid issue with anarcho-capitalism, because like the only solutions people have are like private military corporations, which are significantly more efficient on small scale operations, but obviously attempting to upscale them to the size of the military. Well, it's kind of hard to get that funding without taxation, you know. Because realistically, how practical is it to crowdsource a military? It's really not.
And then if you have a military the size needed to defend a country the size of America, it would be approaching the level of just being a state.
Yeah, of course. And it would, I mean, obviously, and then...
Not unless there was a centralized authority.
And then And then also you'd have to ask the question, okay, in times of peace, whenever the military is whenever this crowdsourced or private military is less necessary, like instead of it being downregulated, why wouldn't they just become authoritarian and take all of your money anyway and just keep all of their power? It's like it's a very complex situation, and so that's why that's why it kind of becomes more of like a situation. I try to say like, well, the efficiency of an anarcho-capitalist society would be so great that we would conquer scarcity so quickly that there would be no need for a military at all. Obviously, that I'll just default to that, and it's kind of unfalsifiable. So,
Okay, well, do you think that like do you think that like those profits would like flow down to like the people, or like because I feel like
yeah,
most of it would kind of be like kind of Reaganomic, like upflowing, you know?
Yeah, so first of all, we weren't talking about trickle down economics here. We're not talking about we're like.
Well, yeah, I know. Like I was just asking that. I was just asking.
But no, I don't really. It's not really about where the wealth consolidates, because no matter what society you're in, the wealth consolidates on top. It's not really about creating a society where there's not wealth, where the wealth is like not at the top. The wealth is always going to be at the top. The idea is to create a society where the hierarchy is climbable and the quality of life is the highest for the average citizen, and scarcity is at its lowest and suffering is at its lowest. Right? That's the idea. The most efficient society, the most productive society. Right? That's the goal.
Well, yeah, but like if all the wealth is funneled at the top, then like how would it be good for like the people in the bottom?
Well,
like, wouldn't it need to be like a little bit? Wouldn't it be? When you need to at least
explain.
try,
I'll explain. Yeah, I'll explain because okay, so in a society with taxation, right? So if you're a politician, your incentive is not real. Your incentive is not really to create the best quality of life. Your incentive is actually to win. Yes, to win the next election and to get the highest paycheck, right? And like that's kind of the incentive there. But if you're in a society where you run a business, the goal is to provide the best version of whatever business you provide, so you can keep getting money from people. And you also want the product to be most affordable as well as efficient, so you can have the largest market share as well as the most profits. Okay, and so typically by doing this, so whenever you aim for this goal, and especially considering that everyone has more money because no taxation, things like that, you end up with a society where even though wealth will still consolidate at the top, because it always does in every society, the quality of life for the people at the bottom will be significantly higher than it would be in a society with a state with all the taxation, with all of the other issues.
I don't think that's like a linear model though.
Well, I know that's what the idea is.
Because like right now we're in the stage of capitalism where
it's not about the stage of capitalism; it's the stage of the state. Yeah.
Well, I'm not even talking about the state. I'm talking in terms of like if we want to go off computer companies, the prices for consumer electronics are going through the roof because they'd rather sell their products to people who will buy people who will buy them at higher rates, which are the AI companies.
Yeah,
because of patents.
Well, it's not just patents. Like, arguably, if China was able to make the same chips, like if I can get like a third chip manufacturer from China to make them for cheaper, then maybe they would have me beat. But it's not just patents. It's also the fact that these technologies are very, very, very obscure. And even if it was like just legal, it would take insider information. Like, I can't just sit around, read enough books to create like 5-nanometer architecture. And the thing is, if we're looking in the future, computers are actually going to get weaker, and they're going to try and we're going to rent computer space from cloud services. Like if you're familiar with like NVIDIA Now and the Google Stadia, where you're going to like rent computers to play video games, that's probably going to be the future because the computing power is being consolidated by the rich, and those rich people can rent it out to everyone else. It will get to the point where a dollar taken is a dollar earned. And if I was trying to make the most amount of money possible.
I mean, I mean, this is highly speculative. I can't remember what company it was. Trying to remember the company, but one of the companies, ROX and like that, they're starting to make RAM now. So like, and they're not going to sell to to
Becca, if I may add, you mentioned that like the incentive for corporations is to make the best product, but I think Robert Ely too kind of pointed that out, where the incentive is not necessarily to make the best product, is to make whatever is profitable, right? And
That's what I just
that's
said.
sometimes. No, you said it was to make the
No,
best
there's a
product, the most
difference.
affordable product, right?
No.
But yes, that is what you said. You didn't
Well,
say
that's
it
how
was
you
to make
make
the most
profit.
profit.
Actually, I actually, it's not what I said. So if you can actually let me say what I said before you go on a tangent about something I did not say, what I said is the idea is to make the best the best product while encompassing the most market share, and getting the most profits. And sometimes the best product is not the actual highest quality one because the consumer doesn't want the highest quality. Sometimes the consumer actually just wants the product as fast as possible, right?
But if we're referring to the for the computing power,
If I made a light bulb that lasted forever and never went out and always maintained itself, I'd go out of business because I wouldn't have any repeat customers.
Yeah, I just said that.
Right, so
You could
that is
say
an
it's
instance where the market and the profit motive is not going to align with the best
I
interest of the
understand,
most people, right?
I understand what you mean. If you just mean like getting the most market share, and we
Yeah,
were fixated on the best product.
yeah. I mean, if the consumers did not demand light bulbs that lasted forever, then, I mean, that's on the consumers. It's not really a problem with It's not really a problem with capitalism, is it? It's not a problem with what the consumer's asking for, and the consumer's not asking for light bulbs that last forever. The consumer's asking for light bulbs that last 8 months. You know, if the consumer starts asking for light bulbs that last forever, then you'll have to provide them, or no one will buy light bulbs, and we'll just all sit around our campfires for the rest of our lives. You know?
Base anarcho-primitivism on top, baby.
Yeah.
Sure, but I guess the argument for like the
Anarcho-primitivism.
government intervention rather than simply letting the market play out is that the like when you're taking like action through voting, when you're sort of voting with your dollars, the opposite of voting with your dollars, or not spending your dollars, will have like a direct negative impact on your life, right? If you want to make like a market pressure for having better light bulbs, that requires you not buying light bulbs for a certain period of time. And if nobody's making them, then you got to wait for somebody to start and tap into that market. That takes a while to respond to that, and in the meantime, you're suffering. And if you're voting with your actual votes, you can do that parallel to the market, and at the same time, let that government that you would elect through your vote force that change. So that would it'd be a different way of voting, but it wouldn't have the negative effects of withholding your money.
Correct, Ash. But the problem is the problem is you live in a society full of retards, right? If we don't live in a society full of retards, I would be on your side here, but we do. Obviously, if we do not live in a society full of retards,
Boy lives matter.
Effectively, pretty much any model for government would work pretty well if we didn't live in a society full of retards. The problem is we're trying to create a society that allows us to contend the best with all the retards. You know?
Sure, but then if people are stupid in general, then how is letting them, operate in a system where they have to be hyper aware of the fact that for a market to work efficiently, you need to be aware.
To be honest with you, no system is going to work effectively when it's a society full of retards. But I think anarcho-capitalism gives me the best chance to exploit all the retards.
Okay, sure, if you want to say that you might, do the best under there, that's fine. But that's not an argument for other people to adopt it, right? If you say, well, I think I would do the best and I would screw everybody else over.
I know.
I mean, that's a fine thing, but I don't think it's a very convincing argument for other people, right?
Well, of course. Of course not.
Capitalism increases productivity, and increasing productivity increases the general wealth of individuals within society.
Productivity doesn't mean wealth. I mean, slaves were very productive, but they didn't generate much wealth for your average person.
That's why we generally point out how the freer the market in a country is, generally the higher the quality of life is, and poor people are very appetized by the idea of quality of life. So, yeah.
Well, fundamentally, like if you look at countries that have slavery even today, they're generally poorer than the countries that got rid of slavery and are more freer. And the reason why that
slaves are poor, right?
And the reason why that is when and the reason
why
hold on, whoa, what the hell is up with all these interruptions?
To be fair, slavery creates monopolies as well.
Yeah, so fundamentally, when you have actual cattle slavery, that's basically when you are forcing people to work on some sort of plantation. You create monopolies within that industry, and you make it harder for newcomers to compete. Whereas when you have a free market that allows for people to freely move from one company to another based on what's best for their situation. It makes it a lot harder for there to be monopolies, thus allowing for there to be more competition, allowing for more productivity and innovation within the market. That's why when you look at countries, that's why you look at countries with more freer markets and less regulation, and less slavery, they tend to be more richer than those with it.
Sure, but I mean, I would agree that.
I think we should make prisoners work.
I don't even. It's not
I
even
don't
a
care
tin-
about prisoners.
It's not even a
I
tin
mean,
to
if
thing.
you're arguing,
It's not a
prison,
tin
right,
to
they
thing. So
privatize-
it's actually a linear association with more individual rights and a higher quality of living.
No, I agree. I guess I was just giving a empirical thing, but it is.
I don't believe in individual rights, and I don't like. I'm very indifferent when it comes to capitalism, because yes, capitalism has we wouldn't have Goy Slop without capitalism. Like Oreos taste good, TVs are cheap, and I can
eat
watch
Oreos.
people beat the shit out of each other live on television.
I eat the flesh inside of large ruminant animals exclusively.
I mean, even if you're a person without much ethics and you only really care about yourself, I think fundamentally capitalism is the best system that insinuates that, because when you are who keeps interrupting? Please don't interrupt, please.
I wasn't.
I didn't say anyone's name.
Ironic.
Anyways, I was just gonna say.
I'm not interrupting.
So what I was just
Yeah,
going.
but I wasn't even
Oh my God! Can you shut the fuck up?
Well, guys, don't forget the non-aggression principle. Okay, don't infringe on other people's speaking time.
Yeah, don't infringe on. You guys are violating the NA. No, I'm just kidding. What I was going to say. Oh my! I'm never gonna talk, bro. You guys are. I'll just hang back because you guys are never gonna let me talk.
Guys, the
Let her speak. Let her speak. Let her speak.
You have the talking stick.
All right. Well, I don't even remember what I was gonna fucking say. What I was gonna say is that even if you're a selfish person, capitalism is the best system, because by being selfish, by being greedy, you actually
help other people.
And by helping other people, you actually you create wealth for not only yourself but everybody else in society. And if you do that, then it makes you better off. So, it's a win-win.
Dude.
But most people aren't actually. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I think everyone here is on board with capitalism, but I don't think full, complete capitalism has sold everyone. Because everything that is the opposite of capitalism is like let's say socialism. Socialism is like raping a society. You have to force everyone to do everything for it not to become a capitalist society, or at the very least having a capital.
There's the ECP.
Yeah, but but your name is Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, that's just rage bait, leftoids.
I know, but you're Jewish.
I am.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm chosen, dude.
Supporter.
No. It's good. Jews are good. My girlfriend's Jewish.
Oh my God.
I don't have a girlfriend.
You gonna tell me?
I actually do have a girlfriend.
I don't have one.
Batgirl, when were you gonna tell me?
You're the Khazar milkers.
Wonk, I think this is gonna drive a wedge between us.
That Ina's Jewish?
Yeah. No, sure.
I'll be honest, dude. If you are pro-capitalist, you can't be against Jews, because Jews have written 70% of all anarcho-capitalist literature.
Exactly. Do you know Jews are good? Jews are good.
I love Jews. My taxation is theft is Jewish.
Jews are evil.
They are evil. We are evil, dude. We own the world. I'm going to call the Jewish space laser operator to blow you to bits.
They're going to cast a spell and do a ritual with their foreskin magic.
I'm done.
What do you think we did in the Epstein temple, bro? What do you think we'd be doing?
They took old babies' foreskins and they lined them up in a Jewish altar.
We go from rational conversations to foreskin ban. It's wonderful.
That's the free market of the conversation.
Yeah. Well, I didn't pay for it, so.
You're paying for it with your time. Every second you pay to listen to
They
this.
throw gold coins into a fountain full of baby blood.
All right, can we, guys, can we go back to capitalism, please? You guys are killing me.
No, we're not. You're still alive.
I'm not killing you. AIDS is from all those transgender prostitutes.
I think we need to legalize prostitution ASAP.
No, we don't. Stop gooning.
Right now.
Right
Just
now.
because no huz will let you crack doesn't mean
I
you need
mean,
to prostitute.
prostitution is effectively illegal. I mean, you can literally record yourself having sex with someone and then post it on OnlyFans and make money off of it.
Why should I have to do all that? You know what I mean? I should just be allowed to just do it. You know?
He's like, I need to pay. No girl wants to fuck me willingly.
Yeah, bro, I have to pay. No
I mean,
woman wants to give it to me. No woman wants to hand me their vaginal.
How old are you, KingSithis?
I'm 28.
Are you a virgin?
Yes.
Actually?
No.
Oh.
Okay, good.
I'm
No,
a
no,
virgin.
no.
I went to Christ and now I'm a virgin again. Yes.
Oh.
He said, I got
That's how that works.
I got my hymen reconstructed. I'm a virgin. Born anew.
I thought you were 14.
How do I
to be
get a
honest with you.
girlfriend? I can't figure out how to get a girlfriend. Every time I talk
Have
to
you ever
a
had
woman,
one before?
no.
Actually, you've never had a girlfriend.
Every time I take a woman on a date, yeah, I just talk about AnCap, and then they
Is that
leave me.
are you joking or are you being serious?
I'm so serious.
I can't tell, honestly.
Yeah, like
That better not be me in the future.
the last one, like was like, yeah, let's go hang out, and then we drove. She drove. I went back to my place, and then she didn't show up. She left
What?
me hanging. Yeah.
Are
You
you
ever
sure
had a
you're picking
girlfriend?
the right?
No, she wasn't.
Well,
a girl.
are you ugly?
Wait.
Yes.
Did you ever, wait. Did you lose your virginity to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Oh, then you've had a girlfriend before, no?
Yes.
I'm so confused. I'm done.
Why would he need to have a girlfriend now? So?
I've had
Put a
one
picture
girlfriend,
in
and that was
chat.
it.
Oh, I don't know.
I
I can't conceive of sex outside of a relationship, so.
Yeah, I tell you about it, and you're just like, how'd that happen?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
I didn't know where to put it.
Bad.
They put it in the fucking stink.
I'm done.
Yeah. Every time I go on a date with a woman, I just talk about AnCap, and then they always be like, "This guy's boring."
You know, no. They're always like, "Wow, look at this Giga Chad talking about NCAP."
No, they'd be like, "What the fuck is up with this guy in government? Always talking about government." You know,
like,
the other...
I'm literally soaking wet from these thrilling conversations.
Yeah, I wish.
I mean, I'm basically drowning in my own fluids.
Oh yeah, I wish. Women hate me. They always say no to me. They're always like, "Ew, look at this."
Put
fucking...
a picture of yourself.
I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming. You could see me right now if you check my live stream.
Live stream on what?
YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and TikTok.
Oh, plug. I'll bite. What is your Twitch?
KingSithis.
KingSithis. Yeah.
My username.
You can't be that chopped. Hold on.
I'm pretty chopped, bro.
And even if you are, I'm sure I can give you some pointers.
Bro's playing World of Warcraft. I'm done.
Hey,
oh, and I talk about World of Warcraft, and they want to leave me all the time because I always talk about World of Warcraft.
I play Batman, Elder Scrolls, and Borderlands, and that's about it.
Did you play the Batgirl DLC?
I thought it was shit, honestly.
Yeah,
I don't
too
actually.
Quick.
My username's Batgirl. I don't actually like Batgirl. I think Batgirls are lame. I think all of the Batgirls are pretty lame, honestly. I only like Batman, actually. But like, it just seems kind of weird to name myself Batman, being trans and stuff, you know. So.
Yeah.
Also, there's a lot of like fucking like, you know, like fat incels named Batman. So.
Yeah.
Named Batman.
You should have called yourself Ratman.
Well, no, I don't like Ratman, but he is one of Batman's oldest villains. I think like 19.
Call yourself Ratwoman.
Or something. What the fuck?
I must consume.
Yes. I like capitalism. We already talked about this, Robert. We just had this conversation.
First.
That's an anarcho-primitivist. You can't.
Well,
Not e-
I'm an anarcho-medievalist.
What is it?
You can't be medievalist and an atheist. That's just LARPing.
No, I said I'm an anarcho-medievalist. I accept our Lord and Savior Allah.
KingSithis, you're not even bad looking. Like you're like a solid 6.
Dude, most
I'm a
Muslims I know
solid
would
6.
probably...
That's bad
Most
looking, bro.
Muslims I know would probably talk about how
No,
they're
no,
going to
no, no,
kill
no,
you,
no. He
but
said you're
secretly be
slightly above
attractive.
average. I mean, I'm not attracted to men, so I couldn't tell you, but couldn't rate you.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not.
okay.
I mean, you're not dirty or anything, so like it's
Yeah,
not like
you have good hygiene. Your hair is well groomed. You do have a Jew nose, but that's like there's nothing you can do about that.
He's
he
chosen. He's
said.
chosen.
He said your nose is chalked, little bro. Kill yourself.
He's chosen,
I'm
bro.
done.
He's chosen.
Your beard isn't full. Like you would benefit from your beard being fuller on the sides.
Yeah. You need to rock the Marcus Phoenix haircut. Wait, is your name inspired from the Elder Scrolls universe?
Yes, actually.
Oh, do you
Your
like
mustache
Argonians?
is fine, but I would want to see
Hell
what it
yeah.
would look. I would want to see what your face would look like without it.
Without what?
Your mustache and just rock the beard.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I feel like it would look weird.
So yeah,
Dude, my gay fucking truck is stealing my phone
growing
call
up,
from my
I always
phone.
played as Khajiit and Argonians, and then I decided
Or I think you should connect your mustache to your beard, and it would make you look a lot more attractive. You need to work on your physique. Like you're very okay.
Skyrim is for the Nords.
So girls want to feel
Well,
safe,
yes.
and it's like they want. This isn't just like ingrained in psychology. You don't seem like you're an opposing man, if that makes sense. You don't feel like intimidating in any sense. Especially, and you give off that feel. You give off
aura.
that feeling
This
when you
nigga
talk
has
about
aura.
World of
Take that
Warcraft.
back right now. He has aura.
Whoa! Don't call him a nigga.
He's my nigga.
Guys,
He's my-
let's stop. I'm live streaming
Also-
on the internet.
I'm black. I'm
You
an
would
African
benefit
American.
from.
Oh,
too.
well then that
benefit
makes it
from a
okay. That
good
makes it okay
style.
then.
Thank you. I'm an African American gentleman too.
I
Yo,
am
guys.
for. I am for cousins.
Sithis, you
removed
would
from
benefit
Ice
from an
Tonight.
improved sense of style as well.
Yeah, but I like to wear death metal t-shirts.
I have a
You're goy. This is
here.
goy
Let me.
behavior.
I'll send you a DM of the shit that
I like
wear.
power
Bomb-
metal, not death metal. I think death metal's lame.
Bomb
You're lame.
has seen the shit that I wear. I wear alternative clothing. I'm like not goth, but
Yeah, you don't dress as cool as me. I wear skirts and thigh highs.
bitch, you're
to
right.
work.
I dress way
I
cooler
listen
than you'll
to
ever
yacht
be.
rock, and I wear polos, and y'all all need to shut up because
What
y'all
a
dress like
faggot.
liberals.
I don't dress like no fucking liberal.
I wear
Wait, hold
flat
on.
cap and LARP like I'm.
Wait,
what's
is
the
my
dude's
YouTube
name
profile
from,
not on my profile? Or...
You're not plugging the YouTube hard enough.
It's your niece, son.
If you're not plugging the YouTube, how am I supposed to watch you while I work?
Just or watch me while you jerk.
Checkmate.
I'm not
Yeah.
I am not. I
Little blood.
refuse to think politically while I'm like fucking gooning.
Little blood's
Why not?
gaining. I mean,
We're,
like,
good thing
Little
that
blood,
good thing that
little
us
blood,
AnCaps
let
are
me in.
anti-political.
Diddy blood, let me in.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Bro, those Epstein edits go hard as fuck.
I know. I love them.
The fucking the ones with like the Apple notification.
Yeah. I'm fucking addicted to fucking Instagram reels now because of them.
I'll be honest, dude. America is kind of cool. Like our president got outed as a pedophile. Nothing happened, and he captured a president of another country while we were all sleeping, and nobody knew.
Nobody knows.
I'm glad that
and
guy's.
nobody
I'm glad that
cares.
guy got arrested or got
We
whatever.
We have an 80-year-old
that guy,
senile
Maduro.
old man. A senile 80-year-old man has the most aura on the planet right now.
I hate Donald Trump
Yeah, I
though.
wish I was him.
I didn't vote. I voted for Kanye West.
I love Donnie. I love Donnie. Donnie's so cool.
I wrote in Kanye West instead of voting for Trump, even though Kanye West legally changed his name, so my one vote didn't even count.
You voted
I
for
mean,
the
maybe
Game
you voted.
Master.
You voted for someone else named Kanye West.
I'll be honest, dude. Kanye West would be a cool president.
I think that'd be horrible.
Hell no,
Imagine-
that would be
imagine-
chaos.
I'm trying to find the pictures of
Imagine-
the that I just bought.
Imagine the president goes up on stage. I love Hitler. And
Yeah.
Bibi Netanyahu is crazy. And I want to see my kids.
I want Mark Zuckerberg as president. I keep saying it.
Yeah.
No, I want Alex Karp. Alex Karp is the GOAT.
I would have voted for Hulk Hogan, but he's dead now.
I'll be honest, dude. If I was an anarcho-capitalist, I would want to wash Alex Karp away from the world because he's like the great. You know how like all the people argue, it's like, what's stopping the billionaires from raping you? Alex Karp is like the representation of that boogeyman people bring up when they argue against anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah. Can we all be honest though? Like Rand Paul's not the guy.
He's mid and boring. Alex Karp is the guy. He's talking about getting drones to spray fentanyl on people.
Oh, where?
He said that in like a interview. Alex,
where does he want to spray the fentanyl on them?
To like journalists.
What people
Here,
agree with
this.
them.
Set
Oh,
this. I sent you a mess. I sent you a message. It hasn't fully sent yet, but it's
I hope it's not of your dick.
No, bro, I'm not like that one.
Well,
fucking dude that harassed.
you wouldn't be the last one, Carmel, to send me pictures of your dick. So.
Yeah.
Can we all stop simping?
Well,
for
I'm
5
glad no
seconds?
one sent me a picture of their dick yet, but
I would never send my picture.
Be blessed, be
my
blessed,
picture
be
to-
blessed. It's fucking disgusting. No one wants to receive pictures of their dick. It's very inappropriate.
Yeah, but mine's
and,
different. Mine's different.
And like people need to learn to behave on the internet.
But mine's different. I'm the one. I'm different.
Okay.
It's not anything bigger. I'm not interested.
Dude, what difference does it make if a dick is big or small if you're just sending a picture of it?
I'm done.
Like, unless it's going up something or I'm seeing it in person.
All right.
Am I supposed to mentally measure it? Should I, like, ask you to give an item for scale?
It's just way hotter
You know-
to see a bigger dick than a smaller one. I don't know what
We
to
know-
tell you.
What if it's like a... What if it's like a big, ungroomed brute?
I'm of the opinion that it's not hot to see dicks at all. So
Yeah, dick
Sid,
suck.
Did you look at the picture? Did you look at the picture I sent to you? Well, I
I'm
like
kind of
men
busy
anyway.
playing World of Warcraft, bro.
I get the best of both worlds.
I'm done.
I'm raping you.
I mean,
No cap.
I mean, are you buying me dinner first?
Well,
Fuck
that's
no.
good for you, bro.
Oh, then no, I wouldn't let that happen.
Well, that's kind of the point. That's what makes it fun.
No, I know, but you would have no chance at raping me. It would be more of consensual, if anything.
Don't
Yeah.
talk to a man who has access to moose tranquilizer darts and say he can't do something.
Moose tranquilizer darts. I mean, it still takes a second for tranquilizer to effect. If I can hit you, I mean.
now you're fucked.
Well, you see, you see, I was talking to some Tibetan monks, and I would just simply resist the tranquilizer.
What
Yeah.
the fuck is this? Yeah, you
I would
have
use
watched Batman,
I would use
dude.
my ultimate
watch
good
Batman.
meditation.
What?
Yeah, I was trained by Tibetan monks to like resist Martian mind
I was
reading.
trained by the goon
Yeah,
masters. They
exactly.
would teach me how to resist. They would teach me how to edge the tranquilizer.
Dude, I love Batman.
Teach
but
me how to Dougie.
Some of that shit is crazy.
No,
Sit
no.
this. Look at the pictures, faggot.
I did, and don't say that. I'm live streaming, dude. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah,
Say
man.
what?
The Batman from the
He's
animated
talking shit about Batman, and it's pissing me off.
Batman from the animated
Not
series
who.
is
I was
like
talking about
white
the other
man
person.
Goku.
Who said the
Huh?
F word?
Yeah, everyone likes Batman the animated series, but
No,
what's
I'm
your
talking
point?
like all the animated Batmans, right?
I don't like all of
Like,
them.
Like
I
the
like
Batman
I
animated
like
series.
I like Justice League and Batman the animated series, Batman and
What's the
Robin
one
the
where he's
animated
blue?
series.
What's the one where he's
Injustice was the worst.
He's literally you got okay. I'll name the ones where he's blue. You got Batman Brave and the Bold, Justice
Yeah,
League.
that's what I'm
Um,
talking about. Like that one's the most cartoonish. But
There's
it's like
Injustice as well.
he's
Batman the
literally
animated series,
Batman.
Batman and
Go.
Superman. You have what? You have like a bunch of the fucking like movies that they did, but um,
Yeah, I watched the
the
what
Batman from 2023, and then you have the 2004 Batman show. Like I literally cannot cover all of them. There's so many of them.
I love the animated series, but the thing is, it's like the white man's Goku. It's like he just shows up and wins no matter what, and gets like there's like some backstory that gets in there.
Batman
Goes
is
up.
not the Batman's not the white man's Goku. Batman would be Goku.
Exactly. That's the white man's. The white people always come out on top. Yakub made us right. Okay.
No. Batman's for everyone. Batman unites the races. Batman creates
Goku
world
unites the
peace.
races.
Batman creates world peace.
Goku already united the races, dude. Every black, Hispanic, white dude, and Japanese dude likes Goku.
So I don't like Goku. I think he's lame as fuck.
Well, that's why you're being deported.
Where are you gonna deport me to? Gotham
The
City?
moon.
I'll
We're gonna
take it.
deport you. We'll deport you to the moon.
He said
Salvador.
he's gonna deport you to his bedroom.
That's too goony, bro. That's too goony.
It's
The
not.
goon is
I mean, that wouldn't be out of character for a right winger at this point.
right wingers when it comes to advocating for trad relationships immediately start simping for a transgender person.
No, I mean it's true.
Yeah, it is. As a right winger, dude, like half the Nazis I know are all homosexuals.
Yes. Do you know who Vion is in this server?
No.
Okay,
Beyond. Is that to do with the Cowboy Bebop profile picture?
Yeah, well, he used to.
I met
Yeah,
a
I know him.
transgender National Socialist. Or
Yeah,
he said
yeah.
he was a homo nationalist. That's what he said.
Who would have guessed? The political
what
party
happens-
full of
this is
mentally
what
ill
happens.
retarded has a bunch of gay people in it.
This is what happens when you get the internet is you just get a bunch of shit like that.
Yeah, I know, it's fucking stupid as fuck.
It makes no
If you were to
sense.
ask me, if you were to ask me like 3 or 4 years ago,
being an
I would-
being an LGBT person who is anti-capitalism literally makes no sense. You literally would not exist without capitalism. Or not
You're
be allowed
telling
to
me
exist.
See, if you were to ask me
my
3 to
estrogen?
4 years, if you were to ask me 3 to 4 years ago whether I'm like conservative, liberal, whatever, I would say I'm like hardcore conservative. But like, it's just so insane to think like that anymore. I'm definitely independent, and just like because falling
I'm
under
definitely
any line
ANCAP.
any line
Yeah.
of any party
Me
is
too.
Hell yeah.
playing the game of any party is just like ridiculous. There's obviously good parts of both sides, and it's like,
I'm pro-Israel. Whatever gives Israel the most ability to blow up Palestinian
yeah, he
children.
said whatever gives
That's-
Israel.
I am
the
pro-Israel
most
too.
U.S. tax
Whatever-
dollars.
I believe in a
not
no-state
pro-
solution.
Yeah. I'm not pro-Israel because I don't like states, but I'm much more pro-Israel than I am pro-Palestine.
I believe in a
I'll be
no-state
honest.
solution.
How dare you not
I
support
believe
Palestine?
might makes right, dude. I believe might makes right.
Yeah,
Whoa,
yeah.
bro.
So Batman is the rightest of them all then.
Yeah, until Batman gets his ass kicked, he's right.
Thanos.
No, Batman
Yeah.
won't beat Thanos. Batman beats
Bro,
Darkseid all the
if
time.
Thanos showed
Palestine's
up,
full
you
of
don't have the
full of a bunch
Avengers.
of
We're
little
just
innocent terrorist children.
No. If Thanos showed up, Batman would beat him because Batman beats Darkseid all the time, so it would be fine.
I know. Yeah, that really makes no sense how Batman can beat Darkseid.
Because he's Batman.
Batman be
Yeah.
like, yeah, he dodges the Omega beams and like punches them with knuckles. It's like, brother, that's Sigma.
Superman can't beat Darkseid.
That's
No.
why I love animated Batman
No.
because in like
No,
the
no.
live action Batmans,
Superman can't beat Darkseid, but Batman can beat Darkseid because Batman can beat Superman.
The only time Superman has ever beaten Darkseid is when he was possessed by Trigon.
Have you ever read or Injustice Year 4?
No.
Well, Batman beats the fuck out of Superman.
Well, yeah, I've seen Batman
He does
beat
it
up.
all the time.
No, I know, but the only
Because he's
time
Batman.
Batman
There's
has, I
times
mean,
that Batman has gotten beaten by Superman, though.
the only time Superman
Never.
has ever won against Darkseid is when he was possessed by
Because
Trigon.
because any time that Batman loses to Superman, it's not canon in my mind.
I mentally reject it.
I do.
That's like watching your dad get robbed in an alleyway. You don't
Has
see
anyone
him
ever beaten
anymore.
Trigon?
I don't know. I don't really care about DC other than Batman, so I don't really know much about any of the other characters.
I like the Flash.
Because you're a faggot.
I
No,
can't
I'm
stand
sorry.
the Flash. I
Oh
can't
my
stand the Flash
god.
because
I'm sorry.
because the Flash is broken as fuck, and so any story he's in just sucks because he's like, I'll just fix it by running really fast.
I'll
He
just
said,
run
I'm the
back in
rerun time
time.
to run around the world.
You know, the Flash could run back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkey off the menu, but he chose not to because he hates turkeys.
He also
Yeah.
could have ran back in time to prevent slavery from ever happening, but he didn't do that either.
Well,
The Flash could have ran back in time to help Hitler win, but he didn't.
Technically, the Flash is the biggest racist because he has the power to fix things in the past, but
he's
won't.
also the biggest Nazi apparently too.
Oh
He
my
allowed
god.
Hitler to be born. Thank you,
You know,
Flash,
wait,
for letting Hitler be born.
Wait, listen. He actually did allow Space Hitler to be born. Okay.
Oh hey, what's good, man?
Yo.
How you doing?
All right.
Doing much. I'm just going through a dungeon right now.
Oh.
People be peopling.
You do be peopling.
Yeah, I got bored about the other room because they were talking about some weird, boring shit, and I wanted to talk about AnCap stuff, but they weren't talking about it, so I just left and made my own new room.
Yep.
Once people start talking about Hitler, I just end up leaving. I'm so tired of people talking about Jews and Hitler. I'm so tired of it. I don't want to hear about it ever again for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Honestly.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know, that Hitler guy is pretty useful for creating hypotheticals, though.
Yes, but people talk about like Jews all the time, and it's like and stuff, and I'm just like so over it, dude.
Yeah, but I can use Holocaust reductios to disprove certain ethics, so therefore the Holocaust was good.
No, I get that, but I'm over it. I'm just so over fucking the Nazi stupid shit. Cursed fell blade. Fuck, man. So I bought The Wealth of Nations, the physical copy of the book from my local library.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw. Why are you reading that?
I don't know. People say it's good. People say it's the capitalist book. But I don't know. Why, you don't like it?
Pretty outdated.
Yeah, a
Labor
little.
theory of value isn't great.
No. Wait, he said I thought he was talking about I thought he was debunking the labor theory of value in that book.
Oh.
No? Shit.
Adam Smith openly believed in the labor theory of value.
Doesn't he go over the division of labor?
Yeah, he does.
But doesn't that debunk the labor theory of value?
Yeah, he does.
That doesn't make
Adam
sense.
Smith.
Wow.
1776 in the Marginal Revolution. When was that again? like the labor theory of value was like the subjective theory. Like the Austrians came up with that, right?
The subjective theory of value, right?
Yeah, we came up with that.
Because we're the best. Karl Menger.
This was like in the late 1800s, right? And the Wealth of Nations was created in the late 1700s. The Marginal Revolution came over a century after Adam Smith, right? So
Menger and Marx, was he after Menger or before? When was he?
Menger was after Marx.
So he believed. So if Menger maybe read what Marx said, or Menger or read Marx read what Menger wrote, you think things would be different?
In the Marginal Revolution came in the late 1700s, right? And that's Marx died like 2 years after, right? Probably not.
Was Marx a libertarian? Some people say that.
Obviously, yeah.
He was?
Yeah, clearly. Nothing more libertarian, right?
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Well, because, you know, LTV.
Right. Thought it was like relatively obvious. I was joking.
Yeah, I know that. I knew that, of course.
Right, yeah.
Of course. But, because I was watching the 5-hour documentary on libertarianism, and he was talking about Marx and the history of Marx, and I'm like, why are you talking about Karl Marx?
I mean, when it comes to the term libertarian, right? It was generally like a left-wing thing.
Yeah. Anarchists.
They had like Proudhon and Kropotkin and things like that and stuff. But I mean, we had like later like early
Proudhon
anarchists.
believed in the LTV, right?
Yeah, he did.
And he was before Marx, right? Right. Proudhon or...
Like Proudhon was somewhat at the same time period.
I knew that I'm pretty sure they knew each other, didn't they? Or...
I'm not sure. I mean, he was a mutualist, right?
Proudhon? He was a... AnCap, wasn't he?
Proudhon was a mutualist.
Oh. I thought he was an AnCap.
You're not gonna believe this. He's a libertarian socialist, right? Just like can be synonymous with anarcho-communism.
Like
They are anarchists.
Thought Rat.
They believe in libertarian value. Yeah, Thought Rat is like he believe. Yeah, he believes. He agrees with Proudhon, right? Anti-capitalist market economy.
Totally destroyed him in a debate. Twice.
Right, yeah. I mean, you debated whether or not capitalism was coercive, right?
Yeah, we were first one. We were just talking about. He was just giving me scenarios, and then, I was just giving him, what I thought, and he was just trying to convince me that the pulling the penny thing, save the world, was stupid. And then in the second one, we were mainly talking about whether or not, the Coconut Island analogy was a what you call it?
Was coercive?
Was coercive. And at first he was basically saying that his definition for coercion was objective.
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah,
basically I was
I
like,
remember
no, it
his-
wasn't.
If I remember his definition correctly, it would be like an arbitrarily chosen like cost on someone else or something like that. That would be impeding something or something like that.
Yeah, so he's saying that his he was saying that his definition of coercion was objective and mine was not. And I was saying I just did not agree with him on that. I told him that I don't think that definitions could be objective. I'm pretty sure
If I remember the debate correctly, I believe he was arguing on the perspective that homesteading was arbitrary, and you conceded on property rights being subjective from the beginning.
Which, yeah.
And you just argued.
Well, no. I
hypothetically-
argued that I believe in NAP, and that was my subjective belief. And then he was arguing that he believed that his definition of coercion was objective. And then I told him I don't believe that definitions can be objective. I think they're mind constructions. So I disagreed with him on that. So then we got into the whole like whether or not the Coconut Island analogy is coercion. And then I basically said that it wasn't coercion, and he said if you have something that another person needs in order to live, and it's coercive. And then I basically said, well, let's say there's a person who's going to die of
the rape analogy.
Yeah, but I said that, you got to take me on a date first. If not, then I won't do it, right? That variation.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Yeah.
So he basically said that it's coercion, but you're allowed to do the coercion in that situation. And then I was just like, okay, so then how do you determine when it's okay to do coercion? And then he basically said something along the lines of, if most of the people within society are okay with you doing that thing to achieve that end, then it's okay with it. So I said, I was like, if everybody is okay with, raping somebody, would that then make it okay? And then he basically conceded yes. So then he basically, from there, I felt like he kind of lost the debate, because from there he was just trying to use then from there he was just trying to do reduct deals, like, oh, what if you're in a school and a person just starts jerking off in front of a kid, like, is that a property rights violation? And then I said not necessarily. It depends on whether or not, if that is sexual assault is a rights violation, or if that was sexual assault or whatever. Then he tried to do, oh, what do you think about sex for rent? And then I was like, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. And then he just starts laughing. And then I was like, okay, do you have an argument? And then he was just like, no, that's just my reductio. And I was like, okay. So then at the end, I was just like, okay, so you think it's wrong. Sex for rent is off the table, but raping somebody is perfectly fine under your, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you could throw all these reductios at me, but like, you literally said it's okay to rape somebody. So like, I don't think there's any reductio you could throw at me that could be any worse than that. And,
yeah, I mean, like, you can just sit and bubble a reductios all day. Always fun.
And after the debate, he was like, oh, he won the debate because Sithis was, I forgot what he said, but I basically, after that, I put a comment. There was a comment that he put in the debate, in the video, that he's basically explaining why he thought he won. And then I put in the comment section, thought rat, sex for rent, thumbs down. Thought rats, rape, thumbs up. And then after I did that, he left my Discord server.
Yeah. Well, the demolition of argumentation, going straight to the audio.
Yeah, he just wasn't very consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, like, if you have like this basis, here's a video, my case for egoism. Well, that would completely. That's not very mutual. Sterner and Verdone did not agree. Whatever.
In the first debate, you actually popped in. Which
Yeah, I remember.
Kind of helped me out a little bit. But yeah.
I remember he debated Sulu on whether or not property rights were circular, and he pretty much just kind of won. Pretty obviously, it wasn't a very long debate. I remember there's other people who tried to argue against Sulu's thing for deriving property rights from conflict avoidance, because to know what an issue is a conflict, you need a theory of property. Which is what Thoughtbat was trying to do. I've seen there's this one guy, like Kantian Libertarian or something like that, on Twitter that, I don't know, and after him. They don't really quite seem to understand his position. I don't really see.
Oh, is that a pig?
Argument against you.
Oh, come on, how am I called a pig the second time?
Well, your username is a pig.
It's a hamster.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I can't really see it on my screen. It kind of just looked like it. What's going on, man? We're anarcho-capitalists, man.
I'm a centrist, so it's not my deal, really.
I'm sorry. I didn't really hear what you said, honestly.
This should be much better, I'm sorry.
Hell yeah, way better.
No, I just said that I'm not, I'm a centrist, so what kind of discussion can I have?
You're a centrist?
We're AnCaps.
You don't believe in anything?
For me, centrism is more like I don't much care about many things, so...
Isn't that like when you're in the middle or something like that, or something? be like middle of the road on most shits.
I mean,
Centrism is just status quo. It's literally a nothing burger position.
Got you.
I mean, the current status quo is not that bad. It's like in the middle of
great.
capitalism, communism.
Because when I think of centrism, I think center, like the middle. You know.
Yeah, but that has center of what? It's going to be how politics are currently perceived. So it's literally just status quo.
Yeah.
Definitionally status quo, basically.
I mean, most countries are going the right way.
What do you think about taxes?
Taxes. Well, they're very important. It's very important to tax. I don't know whatever the current norm is.
Yep.
40% of GDP.
We're literally just send it. All debate with centrists, they're just going to be descriptively stating how status quo is.
I mean, you kind of have to support the economy by the government, build roads, have social security. It's kind of important.
Yeah, we need the government. We need all these things, right? We need a little bit of capitalism, a little bit of socialism. We'll have a little mix of everything. And everything will be fine. I don't have any real beliefs. I just support the norms.
No, it's getting better. It's much better than it used to be when we were taxing almost nothing.
Yeah,
Well, I think taxation is theft.
Now that we have a status quo of people getting more taxed, now I believe taxes are better because the mainstream view is that is gooder.
Burger King foot lettuce.
No, I wish we had more taxes, actually. At least in my country.
What? Taxation is theft.
The people on the TV tell me more taxes, good up, because that will make more
I
poor
don't
people
watch
more
TV.
money.
Well, I want more taxes so they would be able to build more infrastructure around me. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's important to support people who are in need. People with disabilities.
You could support people without taxes. You don't need to force people to help other people.
There's no point in even talking to these people. Can you justify the state? Can you justify taxation on like a normative way? Can you justify the state?
Well, at least with the current development of capitalism, we see the disproportional amount of high-income earners, while the amount of low-income earners stays the same. So we have ultra-wealthy earners, and there is the amount of people who are earning relatively low wages are the same. So it's important to tax high earners.
Yeah, I'm asking you what makes the states legitimate, right? The state inherently. So is it by virtue that capitalism is unjust, therefore the state is legitimate?
Oh, come on.
I'm asking to like actually give a position.
Also, what makes capitalism unjust?
It's not unjust. I think it's the most efficient system for driving the productivity. It's definitely better than socialism or communism.
But we're living under socialism right now.
Well, there is a lot of private capital going around, so it's not fair to call it socialism. It's kind of a socialism.
But it's mostly controlled it's mostly controlled by the state.
Not really, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you live in the US, your state taxes 33% of GDP. That's still a lot of room for private capital to go around.
Look,
that's a third of my money going to the government. It's
the semantic dispute, right? When we're actually debating these things, honing in on a semantic dispute, really not very important.
I'm not trying to own anyone. I'm not trying to own him. I'm just.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. So, what we currently have, you argued against capitalism. You argued that we need a state to meddle within the economy because there is wealth inequality. Poor people are poor. That's bad. That makes me tough. Right?
Also, regulation is very important to have regulation to regulate businesses, banks.
Regulation is bad.
Yeah, so...
How is it bad? It's defending you.
On what basis is these things bad?
well, you can have an entity lying to you, cheating you through, and
If somebody lies to
the
you, that's
government
fraud.
would be.
Like the state is
Oh
doing?
yeah, that's why we have regulations to disallow it.
Well, you just enforce the
Okay, just give me-
fraud laws. You don't need more regulation.
Well, that's how it works. So you add regulation and you
Okay,
fix some loopholes.
if we kept the state to purely enforcing law, right? You wouldn't want that, right?
Me?
I'm asking this guy.
What do you mean?
If we said the state's only job is to protect property rights, if we say that, right?
Mhm.
You wouldn't accept that. You want further regulation, correct?
Further regulation of what exactly? I mean,
you're advocating
at
for.
least the current, United States has very solid regulations, for instance, regarding to financial markets. You really have very good investor protections compared to other places in the world.
Well, okay, so regulation specifically, right?
Yeah.
What is it they're helping?
Protect
Where are they helping?
investors from fraud by brokerage companies, by fraudulent fund managers or things like that.
Well, fraud is already illegal, right?
Well, there is a lot of things that could happen. So it's not just you describe fraud, you do massive regulations around every possible facet of the industry to prohibit all the illicit things.
I mean, like, you guys don't even agree on the... Hold on. This is easy. What is fraud?
For instance, you agree to buy well, at least if you look at the trading terminal, you see a price of an asset. You send
that's
an
an
order
example, not
to
a
buy.
definition.
Well, I cannot give you a definition about it.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not a
fraud
native speaker.
fraud is a stolen concept fallacy if you don't tell me what a property right is prior. Because fraud presupposes a theory of property rights. So you can't you can't start to talk about fraud at all if you don't ground it in some property.
I can talk about it in general. I don't really need to define it. I was initially given examples of how fraud could happen to investors or traders.
Yeah,
and I compared
I know you guys
US
don't.
investor to
Point
an
is here
investor
is
in a
not.
foreign country.
The point is here is that you and Sithis do not even agree what fraud is, right? So when you're talking about fraud, what Sithis is talking about fraud, you aren't even talking about the same thing.
Yeah, well, I'm not a master debater, dude. I don't have all the definitions
I am.
picked up in my
My
brain.
point is that when you guys are talking about concepts, like, you have to come to some kind of agreement here on what that concept is. And when you're just describing whatever government says is whatever fraud is, and property rights are whatever government says, right? You can
It's
literally
better
meddle
than
in
having nothing, because your stance, as I understand, is to
by
have no
the
regulation on anything.
by the government's own definition, government spending is fraud. We prohibit government spending.
Oh, come on, dude. At least you have people who's gonna be protesting you for not taxing people, not taxing the rich. We went through this.
Why does the
because
rich
we live in a
deserve to
society
get
with a bunch of
taxed?
parasites. I think people who advocate for more taxation are evil parasites. Can you tell me now, on the basis
the
that
majority of population.
we need, when you said that we need the government to stop fraud, right?
Right.
How do you argue that government spending is not fraud, even using the state's own definition? Because you can't avoid fraud with using fraud.
How is
That's
it
a contradiction.
fraud, dude? I mean, you live
It's
in a
fraud
country-
because the state forces you to pay, and then they use your money to pay for things that you don't
No,
want.
it creates money out of thin air, right? That's fraudulent activity. Inflation itself is fraud.
That's true. That's true.
Well, the topic of monetary supply is much more complex. I don't think we should get into that.
Oh. I'm saying if we ought to avoid fraud, if you have some normative basis that fraud is bad, so therefore the government must step in. I'm saying the government is inherently a fraudulent agency.
It's not
There could be
possible to
other
have a
government.
society if you don't have taxation, you don't have government spending, because government
Right, it's
invests
not possible
also
to have a
money.
society because society doesn't exist. It's not actually an entity at all.
It might be
It's
in
a
some
bunch. It's a
failed
criminal. It's just a criminal organization.
Society can't do good or bad. Society is not actually like an entity in and of itself.
Dude, if your ideas would be any plausible, there would be a country that would follow this rule, but there aren't any, because it's not possible.
Prospera.
Okay, I just have one.
Honduras.
One question.
Oh, you also forgot Agartha, maybe some
Okay,
other
I have one
place.
question here. So let's say that we're in the 1700s, right? And I say that we should get rid of slavery, right? I think slavery is bad. Then someone comes up to say, well, if that was true, then there would be other places that currently have no slavery. So therefore, we should have slavery.
Well, I think the abolition of slavery was related to industrialization and that it
Well,
wasn't
bro.
much profitable to have slaves.
Well, like, what am I?
I mean, we don't. It's some things are just not nice, dude. It's not nice to have slaves. That's another
I think the
thing.
government is not very nice.
Yeah, not having a having a government's not very nice. The government takes all my fucking money, man.
It builds roads with it. It makes sure that there are less homeless people.
They also
more people with
they also
shelter.
blow up. They also blow up innocent people.
Well,
Right,
that's
so when the state when
geopolitics.
we have these roads, right? So when the state forcibly robs me to pay for something that I could have gotten better privately, to also spend that money on bombing children in third world countries, while also spending that money on subsidizing industry that I don't want to give money to, while further misallocating those resources when I could have spent those money where I wanted them to go. Right? So why is the state the only industry that can provide roads efficiently? The state should for some reason not take full control in all
It's
of
not that-
other.
It's not that the state can provide the roads or other infrastructure efficiently. It's that they can invest money with low percentage returns. Find private investor who would invest in road construction that would return him a couple % of money per year. You won't find them.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
great. So,
British railways that were basically privatized, and the rail network has dissolved to, well, I think at least by
so
50%. So it's just
when the state just transfers the territorial monopoly to another state power, that doesn't actually do anything. When we're saying we should privatize things, we're not saying the state should sell its property and then just give them a land monopoly and then just block competition, right? That's not free market. That's nothing to do with capitalism, nothing to do with privatization.
it's who's gonna build another road next to another private road? It's just not profitable at all.
Not profitable to build
Competition.
There's not gonna be competition there. Who's gonna build another road with low returns?
Yeah, so I want roads. I want to drive on roads. I will pay for the roads. I want them, right? Because I need to get through these things.
Yeah, well, the investor could also put his money in a bank account and get same return with no risk. So
Yeah, I'm saying we should have toll roads. I'm saying there should be tolls on every single road. I think that could work perfectly fine.
Also,
That has
you don't
worked
even
in many
need
places.
necessarily need toll roads. You could also have. I mean, just think of a mall, right? Do you pay when you go to a mall? Do you pay for the walking roads to each door? No, you don't. What they do is they just charge the businesses alongside of the walking road and allow you to walk there for free, and then use that money to pay for the upkeep. And then just scale that up to like a city or a road.
If that would be feasible, it already would have been done.
They do.
I'm pretty sure
it has
something-
been done.
Where?
Just look at private roads. Examples of private roads, and in fact, if you look at malls,
I was talking
more
about
outdoor malls.
a bigger scale of things, like whole countries supporting anarcho.
Yeah. So, We have multiple. You can point to multiple cities. We have multiple places where there are privately operated roads that are working really fine.
Okay, well, that's good if that's working, but there are some roads projects that expect almost no return or zero return. Where
And
are
they
you
shouldn't
gonna
be
find?
there.
Well, dude,
Yeah, having
people
a
need
no
to travel.
return
You have
is not good, and I'll explain why. When you have no return, when you have the government getting no return, what ends up happening is this whenever the state doesn't loses money or doesn't make the money back, the person who has to pay that downside isn't the the politicians who are the ones that came up with the idea. It's us, the taxpayer. Whereas a business owner, they can't do that. A business owner, if they lose more money than what it costs to build the road, well, then they have to eat that cost. Whereas the state, they could just force us to pay. So they don't really care about losing money. So they could be inefficient all they want.
If you are judging by this, if we are judging road building or any other government project, we should be judging taxpayers too. The taxpayers, any person is himself and themselves, they waste a lot of their money buying bullshit things. Why shouldn't this be condemned the same way as some government spending?
Because they're choosing, right?
Yeah, people have the right to make decisions, poor decisions with their body, with the things they want to buy.
I mean, if given a decision, let a populace buy another cup of coffee or build the road, I take a road.
Well, the point here is that they are choosing to build the road, right? The state is forcing them to build the road, so they're misallocating the resources because they don't want the money going there. When you have private entities, you have profit motives.
The
And
individuals
profit implies they're
cannot
helping
really
someone.
think very long term the same way government are thinking, because they're
The government
projecting
inherently
20,
thinks short term.
30 years ahead.
Yes,
There
because
should
the
be. I mean,
government is
there is some
slow
truth
time
to what you say, obviously, and that's why I support capitalism. But you also should have some taxation to.
Taxation is theft.
Come on, what level of taxation is all right for you?
0.
Dude, the society wouldn't really work that way.
It could.
I mean,
Privatization.
it would be all the same, but you'd just be buying subscriptions instead of taxing.
It would be voluntary as opposed to the state coming in and forcing me to pay for things that I don't want.
Well, it's still gonna be pretty much same, so you're gonna take the same
It's
road,
not,
but you're gonna
because
pay
I have
every
to
time.
pay. If right now I have to pay, what, 30% of my paycheck to the government for what? For them to use my money and blow people up and pay for poor people I don't even really care about.
Well, geopolitics is kind of a mess. It wouldn't really work unless you would have whole world being anarcho-capitalist. But if you're not gonna pay taxes, the other country that pays taxes would just destroy you.
No, not necessarily,
Speaking
because you
about
could have
blowing
competing
people up.
private security agencies and competing private insurance.
Well, I mean, what's gonna stop this gigantic private security company to take control of everything?
Well, there would be competition.
I mean, with all the guns that United States populace has, they wouldn't do anything against U.S. military. It just wouldn't work. For instance.
Well, that's why
I mean,
I don't want to. I don't want to fight the military. I want to convince people of changing their mind and moving more towards privatization.
Maybe. I mean, the United States is pretty good compared to much of European countries or other high developed countries.
Because we're more privatized.
I mean, not everything is excellent. Like healthcare could be better.
Well, that's more socialized.
Well, I mean, it feels like compared to the amount of money that is spent, some socialized European countries have better healthcare.
The United States spends more money on
Yeah.
healthcare than a lot of these European countries, and we get it's terrible.
Do you
Like you
think
said,
do you think you get better? Or wait, what are you saying? Are you saying that you get better or worse?
well, we get worse
medical
healthcare
care?
because the more you subsidize healthcare, the more expensive it becomes. Because
Isn't that
fundamentally,
because
when
isn't your healthcare kind of private compared to those European countries?
no, it's mostly public. If you're poor, you get Medicaid. If you're old, you get Medicare. And also, our medical industry is extremely regulated. There's very stringent licensing laws, and we really regulate the insurance industry, making it extremely expensive. So, we also limit the amount of doctors that are allowed to get licensing, and we don't allow doctors from other countries who've gotten licensing in their country to practice medicine here. So
It's
that
not
limits
fair
that.
to allow all the foreigners in your country, but because you'll end up with situation where you're gonna have Asian dentist, then Indian
What's wrong with
surgeon,
that?
and then well, you're gonna have all
Are
the local
Indians
people
and Asians
working.
incapable of being dentists?
No. I'm saying that there is much more capable people in India and Asia just because of their sheer amount compared to local U.S. populace, and you're gonna end
That's
up with a
good.
situation where
That
white
brings down
people,
the
black people,
the cost of healthcare, and that's a good thing.
well, this also forces local people to work in blue-collar shitty jobs while foreigners work in white-collar good-paying jobs.
So what?
I mean,
who's to say that those jobs are shitty? You?
They pay less, work conditions are worse.
Well, then don't work there.
It doesn't work this way, dude. You cannot magically make
You have
everyone
options,
a
dude.
programmer. There are no options. You have
There
a
are
set amount
options.
of
That's a
jobs
lie.
available.
There's many options. That's a lie.
Dude, who's gonna mop the floors? Who's gonna work in construction?
So you can only so then there are options because you just gave me two.
Well, those are both shitty options, dude.
Shitty from whose perspective?
From
I don't think those are
perspective of
shitty
person
jobs.
Who is born in United
People
States.
who work there.
Now, if
Yeah.
if nobody in America wants to do those quote unquote shitty jobs, and there are people from other countries that are willing to do it, then so be it.
No, I was
don't-
specifically talking about high-paying jobs that, for instance, H-1Bs are
Who says there's a finite number of spaces for doctors?
Whole IT industry. So Trump made the right choice to disallow it, or at least he.
No, I think he made the wrong
raised
choice.
The bar.
I think he made the wrong choice. I think that when you don't allow people to come in and practice medicine or practice their craft, you restrict the amount of people who practice that in that sector, and then that brings the cost of the goods and services within that sector higher than it would be otherwise.
The thing is,
So that
we
actually
should
hurts
fuck
us.
over all the people who studied for 8 years as American citizens, all those kids coming out of college. we should
Abolish
fuck them
licensing.
over.
Abolish
Fuck them
licensing.
up.
Yeah, abolish licensing.
Abolish
That's the state's.
licensing.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
we
should be
should
mad
have
at the state.
unlicensed doctors.
Then be mad at the
Anybody
state.
should practice.
That was
Anybody should practice. Let's not have licenses.
Well, but
Let's
don't you
have
don't you
Absolutely.
argue against the idea of having like standards and practices? Like anyone can just call those.
I
out
don't
to
think
the
it should
doctor
be
and think that's gonna
illegal
happen.
if I want to practice medicine and another person is willing to take on my services. For you to come in and tell that person or me I'm not allowed to do that. Well, that's a rights violation.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, according to your ideology, but let's say instead of a doctor, it's like an electrician. Don't you think the increase in house fires from like unlicensed, poorly trained
I mean, if I commit
electricians kinda
fraud,
outweighs?
I mean,
no,
if
it's
I
not
commit
fraud.
fraud,
Like, no. You can have an example where I'm an unlicensed electrician, and you know that you agree to my services because it's cheaper. But then I mean, I'm unlicensed and I'm
That's
trained,
on
and
you.
You know what? Right, but then you're gonna see a society in which there's gonna be a way more house fires.
I mean, you
and
can't
that
ban
doesn't seem like
dangerous. You can't ban dangerous jobs, dude.
No. That it's not dangerous job as having qualifications to prevent like workplace accidents and the negatives that would come from having a bunch
Yeah,
of
you can't
unlicensed,
ban
untrained,
dangerous jobs.
I'm literally not referring to the job itself. I'm referring to the aftermath of an untrained, unprofessional person taking
What if I'm
on these
okay with what if I'm okay with the risk?
What if the people in your
right,
condo
but as a
aren't?
poor person, you actually might say it is cheaper, and I don't really have a choice, so I will have to take on those risks because I can't
Well,
afford
yeah, and if you're why would you want to take that option away from me?
Because your house is more likely to burn down and you lose everything.
Okay, but what if I'm okay with that risk?
Right, but then the problem is you become homeless, and then it's an issue. I mean, then we
Well,
get
yeah,
a
but I
society
think I should be allowed to make risks, take risks. Like, should I not be allowed to pay all my full life salary into a lottery and then throw my money away because, you know, I'm gonna become homeless afterwards? I mean, that's perfectly legal.
No, but if your house is set on fire, or if your
Sure, but
apartment
that's a little different. That's strictly you doing something to yourself, whereas this is like if you allow a system of like untrained doctors or untrained electricians to declare themselves.
Well, you
like,
can still have
equal.
accrediting agencies, private accrediting agencies that would fill in the role of private, of licensures.
But you're just essentially allowing this industry of the unlicensed people to engage in malpractice, and there's no real recourse from that.
Malpractice? It depends on what you mean. If somebody is violating another person's rights in terms of doing fraud or initiating an aggression, then there's consequences for that. But this whole idea
that's
that
not
like
necessarily what I'm referring to.
I mean, you can't ban bad services.
I mean, you can place a standard of services. It's not really. It's not
But
really
then you
sensible.
would be barring innocent people from practicing their craft, even when the person who's receiving the service is perfectly okay with it.
Hold on. Well, I would argue it's acceptable to bar people from practicing their craft if their craft is below standard and it causes problems.
But like, whose
because of the
standard?
below
Your
standard.
arbitrary standard?
Well, if, for example, we find a phenomenon of unlicensed contractors, wiring houses, and then we see a increase in house fires. I mean, house fires, like if my neighbor is stupid enough to get an unlicensed contractor and his house catches on fire, it puts my house at risk. So that's completely nothing to do with my choice. But because, I just happen to be next to that, it puts me at risk too.
Well, with life, there's always risks. I mean, if you live next to somebody, there's always going to be a risk. Excuse me. Well, wait. Excuse me. In life, there's always a risk. I mean, if you move next to somebody, there's always a risk that they're going to grab a gun and then and break into your window and then shoot you in the head. There's always a risk so we ban guns. Whoa! What's up with all the interruptions?
We can minimize risks.
So, should we reduce the amount of? Should we ban all guns? There's always a risk that if you have swimming pools in your backyard, that there's people who are you're more likely to drown in your backyard. There's a risk that if you have water, somebody could grab you, throw you in the swimming pool, and not in the swimming pool, but in the bathtub, and then drown you. I mean, there's always a risk in allowing people whoa. There's always a risk in allowing people to make their own decision, but I'm always going to err in the side of allowing people to make their own decision because I don't think it's right to force people to do things they don't want to do when they haven't harmed anyone.
I agree, actually. Yeah, because then you would have to ban casinos, pawn, swimming pools, like you just said, dude, a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Did you hear me, Pawn?
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what to say in response because all you're just going to do is just repeat what you believe without really, in my opinion, good faith responding.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here to tell you what I believe. Yes.
But can you tell me what you believe in response to criticisms? Like, can you modify your beliefs or at least what you're going to say instead of just repeating your talking points?
Pawn, muting me is an offense to the server. You get banned for that. So, Pawn,
wait, Pawn, did you mute Vesper?
I did, yes.
That goes against the server rules. You must unmute him now.
All right, 1 second.
Because he's trying to talk, you're trying to talk, and it kind of makes the room unbearable.
Fair enough. I muted him because he was being fairly bad faith in a different chat. But
if he acts bad in this chat, I'll tell him not to do it. But
no, we simply have a disagreement. That's all that.
Okay,
was.
Vesper, you did want to say something, so go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to tell Pond that, yeah, you would have to end up, like, banning swimming pools at some point, like, if we go down your rabbit hole of ideas. But whatever.
No, the desire to minimize risk is not the desire to turn risk into 0%. There's obviously a significantly important chance if you do have an unlicensed electrician that a house fire will happen compared to the minimized risk of having a licensed professional.
Well, if you have an unlicensed toaster user, you're increasing the likelihood of a house fire too. But we don't require people. But we don't require people to get a license in order to use their fucking toaster now, do we?
No. Just to be clear, we do have standards for like toaster manufacturing. You can't make them out of like.
Oh, so we make people get it. Oh, I didn't know I had to get a license to use my toaster.
That's not what I said.
Well, that's what I said.
But we don't. That's not what's happening, though. I mean, we have in the United States.
That's the road that you ought to. I mean, that's the logical conclusion to your, what you're, proposing here, because that minimize. If anything, that minimizes all the risks.
Right.
Also, should we make it?
I just said the goal was not to reduce risk to zero. Does anyone else in this room agree that that's the logical conclusion of what I was saying?
Yes.
Yes.
No, besides you. Anyone else?
I mean, I don't know if there's anyone else going to speak up because.
I don't think so.
So
wait, you said yes.
Well, I said I don't think so.
As in, that's not the logical, like what he's saying about the logical conclusion of what I'm saying. You disagree with?
No, but you're talking about reducing the harm, right? Where I'm saying is, if you want to reduce.
Hold on. I'm obviously acknowledging that the goal is to reduce harm, but I acknowledge it is impossible and very foolish, as you, with your example, show, to attempt to reduce the harm to 0% risk. There's an obvious difference in risk between, even with a licensed electrician.
You could reduce the harm. You could reduce the harm of a person getting harmed with a toaster. Right, by like way more than otherwise if we required everyone to get a license before using their toaster, right?
Why would we? I mean, a license to use a toaster doesn't. That example doesn't even make sense. Like we have
What do you
manufacturing.
mean? How does
standards.
it not make sense?
We have manufacturing standards for electronics and things like toasters. So if someone was making a toaster out of inferior parts,
you could burn yourself.
You
could burn the house down using a toaster, right? If you're not like careful.
Right, but that's why
that actually won't happen.
That's why we literally mandate safety standards, so it is less likely
that toasters are a bit different.
Wait, hold on, one at a time.
Like the point is, we have safety standards put on toasters. If we didn't have safety standards, your house could potentially catch on fire more likely, or the toaster itself would explode.
But even with those safety standards, you could still burn your house down with a toaster, right?
Yes, I acknowledge it, and that's why for the third time the goal is not
so
to.
if we allow,
it's impossible to do it 0%.
If we allow,
acknowledge that.
Acknowledge what?
Acknowledge that it is impossible to reduce something to 0% risk.
I'm not talking about reducing it to 0%. I'm not talking about reducing it to 0%.
Nobody's assuming that you can reduce the risk to 0%. Nobody ever will.
I don't think I said to reduce it to 0%.
No. You are saying that when you continually say, but even with all these safety standards, there's still a chance, even if it's 0.00001%.
But wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree?
So sorry, darling. What does the hypothetical risk of 0.001% mean to you?
It would reduce it. It would be a reduction than it would be otherwise.
But given the costs associated with that reduction, I mean, that's why it doesn't make sense.
Well, I agree. I think the cost.
No. Hold on.
I agree. But then you could also agree. Yeah, but then you could also agree with never go to into.
I agree that the cost of my freedom. The cost of my freedom is too high to get rid of.
You can slip.
Why should I have to get a license in order to practice medicine? That's ridiculous.
Because unlicensed doctors tend to hurt people through their inexperience and quackery.
So showering and bathing
just don't go to that doctor. Just don't go to an unaccredited doctor.
Just simply get a better one.
Just go to a different one.
Yeah, but generally speaking, and especially in like a more libertarian society, poor people, if a accredited doctor costs more than an unaccredited doctor, poor people will go to the cheaper option to their detriment.
Yeah, but sometimes cheaper options, you can't expect high expectations in every field in every sector. And that all that does is raise the prices of those things. Wait. If you make it so that you have a high standard, you make it even harder for poor people to get healthcare because you make it more expensive, and then you make it so that poor people, are able to get healthcare. But if you may have lower standards, sometimes you make it so that everyone's able to get healthcare. Just sometimes it's going to be lower quality. So for instance, when you go to the store, is there only one type of milk? No, there's like 20 different types of milk. There's some cheaper types of milk, and there's more expensive types of milk. There's more expensive types of PC video games, and then there's the PlayStation, right? There's cheaper options and more expensive options. There shouldn't just be some arbitrary standard set by some bureaucrat.
It's not arbitrary though. That's kind of the point. That's how safety
What do you mean
regulations
it's not
come into
arbitrary?
existence.
How is it not arbitrary?
So just let me give you an example going back to the electrician, because I really want to get back to the point of the 0% or 1% risk, whatever that risk tolerance is. So say hypothetically speaking, with a licensed electrician, there's a minimum, maybe a 5% chance that house is going to catch on fire. With and just hypothetically speaking, there's a 25% chance.
Should we ban people from smoking cigarettes in their house to reduce? If we ban people from smoking cigarettes in their house,
why are you interrupting me, King? And these percentages are completely hypothetical. They're not based on any studies or anything. These are just the example, the hypothetical, the thought experiment. Why are you laughing?
Sorry.
Okay, so for this thought experiment, let's say hypothetically in this society, a licensed contractor, even if you get a licensed contractor, there's still like a 5% chance that your house is going to burn down due to they suck. And if we say in a society there's a 25% chance if you get an unlicensed contractor, your house will catch on fire. I would argue it makes more sense to reduce risk from 25 to 5% than attempt to risk the 5% to 0.001%.
Yeah, but that's your arbitrary standard. What if I'm okay with the risk?
You're missing other points.
Also, you could make that argument. Wait, Ben.
I have a fire alarm in every room.
But
yeah, just put fire alarms in their rooms. Why don't you just put some fire alarms in their bedroom?
Yes,
because fire alarms don't prevent fires, and also it's like the law that we all have fire alarms in our house. So what is the moral imposition? Why is it wrong?
Well, if wait a minute. Should we stop people from smoking cigarettes in their house because smoking cigarettes in your house increase the likelihood you burn it down, right?
Well, we stop people from smoking outdoors because other people have to like risk themselves with secondhand smoke. So like you're not thinking about your neighbors, KingSithis. Like if you live in a condo and you get a fake fucking electrician with no license and he sets your condo on fire, your neighbors are going to be on fire too.
Yeah, but if you set your house, but then you could make that argument about anything. So, for instance,
no, you can't.
You don't. Oh, do you think we should ban cigarettes for people from smoking cigarettes in their house? Let me just go to a quick yes or no from everybody in here.
In your own house, no, but in certain areas,
and
yeah,
no. Oh, so no, you Pawn?
No, but again,
no. Okay, spell. Okay, Ben.
At my place.
Okay, so basically, I guess you guys don't care. I guess you guys don't care about the children who die and all the people who die because they throw their cigarette on the floor and their house gets set on fire.
Just because I do not like the smoke.
Yeah, I guess you guys don't. I guess the guys who said yes, I guess you guys don't care about the people who get their houses set on fire because they throw a cigarette on the floor and then burn the house down like an idiot.
Right. So just to be clear, you are making the 0% risk argument because
I'm not making the 0%. I am not making the 0% risk argument. I'm not. I'm literally saying that you guys are saying that you guys are being like, oh, you shouldn't allow unlicensed electrician because there's a non 0% chance that somebody could mess up with the wiring and set someone's house on fire. I was like, okay, well, there's a non-0% chance that someone who's smoking a cigarette in their fucking house could throw it on the floor and then light their shit on fire and kill their neighbors. So should we stop? So should we make it illegal? So should we make it illegal? No, it's not a straw man.
It is a straw man because my position is not greater than non-zero. It is a significant risk.
Chance. Because
okay. I'm so sorry. Let insert take out non-zero and insert non-significant risk. If you mean to tell me smoking a cigarette in your house is kind of risky.
Kitchen on fire.
No. Let me explain how he's doing this. Okay, so if let's just say for the sake of hypotheticals, if you smoke in your house, there's a 0.0001% greater than zero. Technically, there's a 0.0001% chance your house is going to get on fire. That's way different.
I don't think that's true.
I'm not saying these numbers are true, but let's just say hypothetically, because that's like the risk.
Can we stop people from cooking in their house because like using stoves or like fire lit stoves could like burn somebody's house down?
I said the frying stuff.
Yeah, frying
but
stuff
that's
too.
Like, the opposite is your logic as well. Your logic, King, we would also get rid of the FDA and anything else that we use every day.
Bingo! Fuck the FDA. Abolish the FDA.
I don't know. I never flying with the plane anymore.
Then don't buy from an unlicensed, unaccredited milk.
Fuck your own argument, dude.
No, an unaccredited milk. Okay, I used the wrong word for 1 second. Suck my wiener, okay?
Suck your wiener, what?
Listen, I'm telling you right now that if you don't drink unpasteurized milk if you don't want to get salmonella.
It's not about pasteurized. It's about all food, bro. The FDA looks at all food, all businesses.
Then don't eat raw meat.
I like getting my burgers.
Don't eat raw meat.
It's not about raw meat. It's about health standards. Like if the people are using gloves at that place or not. Bro. Like we have.
You do realize that a lot of private companies go above the safety standards that the state sets in place, right? Already, like
because it's already safety standards, and they like to look good, bro. They're professional about it. Like
no, but what about the company? Well, what if I'm okay? What if I don't care? What if I don't care if the what if I don't care if the milk is unpasteurized? What if I don't care if the food has a higher chance of giving me salmonella? Everything. What if I don't care if there's vitamin B?
From everything.
Yeah, you could die from anything.
You can die from everything.
Should we ban cigarettes? Should we ban cigarettes to stop people from?
You don't have to know if that big pharma give you a good or not. Like that sucks, bro. Like,
should we ban cigarettes?
We should have standards, dude.
Should we ban cigarettes?
We would have E. coli outbreaks all the time.
Should we ban cigarettes? Should we ban cigarettes?
I think so, actually. Yeah.
Should we ban alcohol?
And I'm a smoker.
No.
And I'm a smoker.
Wait, what? You want to ban cigarettes and you smoke cigarettes?
That's why, because I hate cigarettes. I hate that I got.
So what are you gonna do when they ban it? You're just gonna what? What are you gonna do when they ban it? You're gonna cold turkey it?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be the best for me.
You do realize, like, that's not really going to stop people from smoking. It's just going to create like a huge black market,
not
right?
The problem of society.
You're not me. You don't know what I'm doing, but whatever, King.
Well, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying you do realize that if we ban cigarettes, it's not going to just stop people from smoking cigarettes. It's gonna create a black market in cigarettes.
It'll reduce it by a lot.
It will create some kind of black market.
It's gonna create a black market, and then people are gonna shoot each other over cigarettes, and which are gonna kill. We're gonna kill people more
over cigarettes.
Huh?
They'll only shoot each other if there's no cop, which is what
dude. They have a black market for cigarettes in Australia.
And they kill each other over it, like there's mafias fighting and dying.
Oh yes, I heard that.
Yes, in Australia, yes.
They banned it for.
They didn't ban cigarettes, but they put extremely high taxes on cigarettes, up to the point where your average person
for some special age.
The same in New York. They have high taxes on cigarettes in New York too. People steal the
not as high as Australia.
I'll tell you what, they will shoot each other for cigarettes if we follow your ANCAP ways and we get rid of police departments and firefighters too, brother.
I don't believe in getting rid of police. I believe in privatizing police.
Exactly. So,
King, are you Australian?
Police can have a police force, so poor people
King, are you Australian?
That's not true.
That's dumb.
No, I'm American. That's not true. There's most rights enforcement agencies won't be that expensive.
Didn't I
There's
thought I
a
had this
reason why like
conversation with
1%
you.
of the population agree with you on this stuff, bro. Like you're an extreme libertarian, and I consider myself kind of libertarian, bro. Like,
You're
but
not
this is
libertarian.
I mean,
I
for
am actually,
example,
yeah.
cigarettes
For freedom of speech, and I
they
hate
get more and more expensive in
whatever.
Europe here, but
You're
Ben,
we
we
not
were
a
just
talking about
don't
libertarian.
cigarettes
care
like 10
because
minutes ago.
those
Catch up to
people
the
who
conversation,
smoke
bro.
like
Put the
me,
page in the
they
book.
just don't care how expensive they become. We just buy them anyway.
Ben, we were talking
You
about
were
cigarettes
just
like an
talking
hour
about
ago, bro.
banning cigarettes. You're not a libertarian, bro.
Oh my god. Listen, bro. If it had to come to that, I would, because honestly, we do have to have some standards.
Yeah, some libertarian you are.
Ooh.
You're an ANCAP, dude. Like you're extremely south on the political compass. You're like the extreme
Dude,
south.
no libertarian would agree with you on the banning cigarettes.
I'm center right south. Like I'm like literally. What would
Yeah,
you say? It's like
you're not a libertarian. I'll tell you that much. You're a
southeastern on the
Republican.
compass. Southeastern on the compass.
You're a
But
fucking
you're like
Republican.
legit straight down south.
You're a fucking Trump supporting Republican, probably.
No, I'm not. The fuck?
Well, you're definitely not libertarian. I'll tell you that much.
Whatever you want. That's not very libertarian of you, by the way.
What is it libertarian of me?
You should be accepting and tolerant of everybody's viewpoints, because according to you in society, everybody can have
I'm so
whatever
sorry that I don't think that a person who believes that we should ban cigarettes is a libertarian.
Yeah, also
Yeah.
that's libertarianism is like extreme free market capitalism.
Yeah, we believe
I
in
was trying to make a point to
freedom,
you.
bro.
Like I was trying to make a point to you that if I was to like concede to your idea that okay, even swimming pools should be banned, I would go as far as cigarettes then. But at least we would have some order in society. Whereas in your society, there's
Yeah,
no
real
order
libertarian,
at all.
bud.
In your society, there's no order at all. I don't think
There would be. What do you mean there would be no order?
Yeah. Like,
So because
no order
so
at
wait a
all.
minute. So because when you go to the store and you buy food on the excuse me. Well, let's say you go to the store and you buy food in the free market, right? And you're buying it from a grocery store. Is that there's no order in that?
Yeah, because I don't know if the guy who made this scratched his balls before he packed
Then
it.
why are you buying it?
Because I need food to eat and survive. The fuck?
So you can't cook for yourself? You can't buy your own meat?
That might be.
No, I don't have a farm,
You
bro.
can't hunt?
I can't process my own food, bro.
You
No,
can't
I
hunt?
can't hunt, bro.
Oh,
I'm a modern
okay.
man in 2025. The fuck is wrong with you? We're not.
sounds like a
cavemen,
skill
bro.
issue. Sounds like a skill issue.
Also, wait, yeah, that's a good point. With in a libertarian society, wouldn't you have no hunting regulations? Couldn't we just have things to extinction?
That's his answer for you, spilled nuts.
I can't even hear any of you guys. What you guys are saying? You guys are talking all at once.
At some countries here in Europe, fast food.
You literally called yourself a libertarian, and then you're calling it retarded.
Like in
I'm very
Belgium
much pro
and
freedom
in
of speech,
England,
pro
fast
pro all
food
this, but
is
like
But you're
honestly,
bigger
freedom.
taxes, like McDonald's and so.
No, it's not your idea.
Ben, bro, you are talking at the same time as everybody else.
Bro, like legit, Ben, you're like zoomed out, bro. You're like 5 pages behind. By the way, you're still talking about.
I'm not a
cigarettes.
Zoom bomber, no.
I can't even
Like,
understand your fucking accent.
KingSithis. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying because Ben just kept fucking saying nothing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Whatever.
I kind of lost my train of thought too. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, you're not a libertarian, bro. But libertarians don't believe in banning cigarettes. That's kind of
I
ridiculous,
don't
bro.
think you're a libertarian either, in the sense that you're an anarchist. You're a completely different monster.
I am the true libertarian. I am against taxation. I am a true follower of the non-aggression principle.
Wouldn't you be against any? Wouldn't you be against any hunting regulations? Can you just hunt any animal to extinction?
Yeah, you could, according to him.
I think hunting endangered animals is super based.
What a retarded way to run a country. You just said that like.
Well, no, not necessarily. If you want an privatization of animals, actually makes it so that they're less likely to go extinct. So, for instance, we eat chickens every single day. When was the last time you heard of chickens going extinct?
That's not my argument whatsoever. Right?
Well, no, wait, don't dodge what I just asked you.
We're not talking about chickens.
So
though.
when you're talking about chickens, right? We eat chickens every single day. We mass produce chickens. We mass farm them, and yet we never hear about them going extinct. The reason why that is as the more we privatize animals, the more that the more profit people make off of those animals, the more likely they are to preserve them and farm them and create
So
more of them.
When you say
Saying
privatize,
about
do you, why are
Animals are
you?
not.
Oh my god.
No, he's
When you
making a
say-
big contradiction because he's saying that most animals reproduce like chickens. Like
I just
they
need,
have
I need,
fucking
a, I need a
babies
clarifying
every week.
question. When you say privatize animals, do you mean someone owns a species of animal, or do you mean someone owns a singular animal, like me owning chickens? Or do I own
Singular animals.
Okay, good. You can go on now.
Yeah. So when people are allowed to own, that the issue is with when it comes to certain like endangered species, like the rhino, they actually made it illegal for you to own rhinos, and that actually increased the amount of poaching that was done within those countries. And the reason why that was because when people aren't allowed to own animals, people who are it increases. Yeah, there's no real incentive to keep them alive or
Right,
to.
but like if you have no hunting regulations whatsoever, and I own my private animals,
actually good.
Why are people talking as he is talking? Stop talking while he's talking.
So if I'm like a private animal owner and
Mhm.
like I want to have higher profits, wouldn't it make sense for me just to go out hunting and start killing random animals and make them like
Well,
have a
no,
lesser-
that's like saying oh, it would make sense for if I'm a guy who is raising chicken, it would just make sense for me to just go and kill every single chicken that I own. Well, it's just like, wait a minute, no, because the second
Well,
that you
that's
kill
not-
all your
you
chickens,
misheard me.
the
You
second
misheard
that you kill all your chickens, you'll have no more chickens, and then you won't be able to make profit off it anymore. When
That's
you
a good point,
own
but if you- if you-
individual, wait a minute, I'm not finished. When you own individual animals, you're incentivized to keep those things alive and then farm those animals to produce more so that you can then sell those offsprings on the market and then, keep producing
agree.
more.
That wasn't what I
According to
said.
your system,
wait,
I
that
can go
wasn't-
to the forest right now and I can kill all the does. I can kill all the joeys, all the little
My
baby
point
deer, all of
was
them.
that
So
if I
Then why aren't
and if
those
I-
going extinct?
Fuck up! I'm talking. Shut the fuck up! I'm talking. All hunters can go out, even if it's not the season, right? They can kill all the does. They can kill all the babies, bro. They can do whatever the fuck they want. And then next season, there's no deer. Boom! Congratulations, you fucked up.
my earlier
Yeah,
point
but the
was
issue with that is as you kill more deer, it becomes more extinct. As it become more extinct, the price of it, the rarity of it goes up. The price of it goes
actually,
up. The
exactly.
rare.
So if I own farms,
Wait, what
then
the
if I
fuck is
go-
up with all these interruptions?
I've tried to make a point and everyone just ignores it.
I know, but like I'm trying to answer his. He made a question towards me. He didn't ask you a question. As far as I could tell, spilled nuts. He asked me the question.
Yeah, because it's just
Ben
you
and
speaking.
Ben. Nobody asked you a question, so be quiet for a second.
No.
And so
People
what we were
don't
going
have
to
to
say
be
was,
asked.
Ben, please be quiet.
I want to give you an example.
No,
For
I don't
example-
want to hear your example. I want to answer the question that
I
he
wanna hear
asked
Ben.
me.
What's the
He
sense of
asked
the
Ben.
question?
He asked me the question. He didn't ask
I asked
you
Ben
the
the
question.
question.
He didn't.
I
Oh,
was
you
asking
asked Ben the
Ben the
question?
question.
Oh, okay. You know what?
Yeah.
Then let Ben answer. Go
answer.
ahead.
For example, in Europe, there are hunters, who have a hunter license, to hunt for deer and for rabbits and all those stuff.
I
And
can't, bro.
they
I can't.
have to hunt them down in the woods, in the wild, so they don't reproduce too much. But then they have to, when they hunt a deer or something down, they have to tell it. So the population in the wild stays the same.
That was awesome.
Because otherwise they will overpopularize and there wouldn't be enough space for them. And if they would hunt too much, then the population would grow too too much down.
Okay, I was getting really tired of him.
I'm glad he cleared that up.
Anyways, what I was going to say was as an animal becomes more scarce, the value of it goes up, which then incentivizes people to farm it more. As people is more incentivized to farm it more, people start to capture them, and they then start to farm them and create more of them and sell off their stuff, and that then increases the demand, supply to meet the demand, and then it will most likely never go extinct.
So
it's usually animals that aren't privatized that generally go extinct, like pandas or lions or rhinos.
Okay, the logic that you're employing literally only can apply to animals capable of being domesticated. Like, if lions are going extinct, it's going to be extremely difficult to have a lion farm. And also, there's a major difference.
We do have lion farms.
No, hold on. There's a major difference in terms of ecology. There's the value of a lion in the wild is different from the value of a lion in a farm. We don't value lions because we have the ability to domesticate them or have them in farms.
Well, not necessarily true. People pay to shoot lions, and
right,
then
and
they use that money, and then people use that money to keep them alive.
But is that what you're describing as a lion farm?
Yeah, the people have lion farms, right? And then when they grow up, they do have lion farms. There are lion farms.
The type of shooting range that you're describing is not. It's a natural environment, and they specifically pick.
Is it on private property?
No, usually these are owned by the government. That's how it works.
I don't believe that's how it should be done. I think it should be done by private property owners. That will incentivize people to own lions, and then what they could do is they could farm them, and then with the excess ones that they no longer need, they could just have somebody pay to shoot them, and then they use that money to upkeep the living ones.
But what is the purpose of the living ones? The whole goal of that scheme is that it's okay to kill the ones that have already reproduced and older, but what is the purpose of keeping the younger ones alive? Just because the goal is that they'll get old and then you can shoot them. That's why
people do things with lions. I don't know what exactly, but there are uses for lions.
I wanted to say my earlier point where if you have privatized like ownership of animals and you also have no laws on hunting animals, my point earlier wasn't that if you own chickens you should kill your own chickens. My point was that if you own a type of animal, let's say like a buffalo, and you want your price for your buffalo products to go up, it would make sense that you like lobby or like promote hunting random like buffalo in the wild so other people can't claim buffalo, so your buffalo go up price.
Oh, but then if the price goes up, that will incentivize more people to hoard it or farm it. Then, so long as there's more privatization and nothing legally barring other people from creating more buffalo or breeding more buffalo, well, then the supply will meet the demand and the price will go back down.
Right, but if you're heavily controlling the buffalo market to the point where you're making the wild ones go extinct, then they're completely reliant on you or your like buddies in the private market.
Well, fuck animals.
Buffalo,
I don't care about animals.
Products.
Who cares?
Okay,
I don't care about animals.
Your ecosystem's gonna get raped and you're gonna die. Like
how? They're still alive.
In farms to make like
they're literally this is the ecological argument.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, buffalo have been, as far as I could tell, I don't see any really live wild buffalo around, and it hasn't really killed the ecology.
If we treat every animal like this, it's going to end up horribly for the natural environment around us.
No, I think it'll be all right.
Oh, I disagree.
Oh no, you just got blown away. He thinks it's gonna be all right. That's the perfect counter rebuttal. Blown.
I think it'll be all right.
Well, like when the buffalo went away, it did cause pretty big harm to
buffaloes didn't go away. We still have buffaloes.
But they weren't in the wild doing their ecological function.
Well, hold on. I agree. There are.
What the fuck we need buffaloes for? Fuck them.
For everything that they did, they harmed the environment. And the point is, if you did that to every animal, it would harm the environment even worse.
Well, then we privatize the land, and then we have individuals taking care of the land, and then we charge people for the for all of the damage that they do in terms of ecological damage that affects other private property owners. That will then incentivize individuals to reduce that cost.
How would you determine who is causing what ecological harm?
There's ways of figuring out, like if I dump shit into your lake, I mean, you could prove that.
So, like, if I go hunting, would that be like 1/1,000,000th of a ecological harm compared to like someone hunting 10 trillion? Like,
Well, it's not
buffalo?
no, ecological harm. When you say ecological harm, when I say ecological harm, I mean you're doing harm to another person's
Don't we
property
use buffalo for some dairy stuff?
in the that is in the environment, right? Well, you know, if you kill a deer in the middle of nowhere, I mean, you're not violating anyone's rights by doing that. But let's say you're the owner of some deer and someone shot your deer, well then yeah, that's someone's. They would owe you money,
Well, then
or
that's
they
a
would
good
at least
point.
owe you a new deer.
If you privatize every piece of land in the United States, how would you even shoot a random deer? Wouldn't it all necessarily be owned?
Well, yeah, and then the problem will be solved.
Okay, so then like
The more you privatize things, the less of this stuff becomes an issue.
it still seems like an issue because now then like just like
How?
everyone owns everything.
Because there would be environmentalists, right, that would probably buy up large swaths of land and then leave it untouched. In fact, there are people that do that all the time. It's called free market environmentalism.
So they just purchase land and do nothing with it.
Essentially, yes. So that they
I
could
mean,
leave
that's-
the
that-
bears
that-
and
that's
animals
not- That's
and all
nice
that.
for them to do, but I'd also like not want to rely on the charity of very rich people to make sure that like my environment is.
It's not just rich people. There are normal people that pitch into this stuff too.
Yo, are you
Charities
on the
are.
Whitman cluster? Don't we use
Sure, like, the
buffalo for some
charity
dairy stuff?
whatsoever. I don't want to only rely on that. I want there to be some sort of safety net that my ecological systems around me aren't.
Well, the government isn't really doing good at protecting the environment. I would argue that they do a lot to harm the environment.
I mean, I'm sure they do, but they also make it so it's not legal to completely wipe out the deer population.
Fuck deers. I don't. Who cares about deer?
I do because of the ecological reasons I just stated.
Bro, people farm deers. Deer will never go extinct.
That's great because probably it's not no one's interest.
Yeah,
to
privatization
blow
is
up the deer
beautiful. I know.
population. Well, no, it's illegal to hunt deer to extinction, right? I can't like I.
Well,
in
even if it
Washington, I
was
can't just
legal,
go and
even
hunt
if it
every
was
deer,
legal to hunt as much deer as you want, deer
would
would
be
not
gone
go extinct.
immediately.
Deer would
be-
not.
They would. The population would dramatically decrease to the point where they would probably.
It may
extinct in
decrease
all
in the
areas.
short term, but
Like in the long term.
I
they
may
would
give
not.
you that. But in the long term, people will. Deer are not going to go extinct. It's like when
Have
people
you-
said. It's like when people said, "Oh my God, bees are going extinct," and then bees aren't going extinct. And the reason why is because we farm bees. People farm bees.
Hold on. Yes, you could farm bees. That's fine. If you make it completely legal just to farm to kill any deer, if you've ever met a hunter, they will say,
Well,
yeah,
you
why
can't
would I
just
fucking
kill
stop at
any
one?
deer.
I'll
You
start
can't just kill
deer.
any deer. If somebody's the owner of a deer, right? You
Any
can't kill
wild
that deer.
That is what I'm referring to. Wild
Fuck the wild deer.
So again, you just keep saying that
those
without
deer.
giving any reason why the ecological reasons don't matter.
Because animals don't have rights. Why should I care about a deer?
I don't give. Who gives a fuck about the animal's rights? What about my rights to live in like a beautiful world, right? Like I care about the world around me.
You
I
don't.
want
You
to
have a
protect it.
right to live in a beautiful world. What do you mean by beautiful world? That's so vague.
Like
Beautiful
one that isn't
world.
like the one that isn't,
You're
like,
right to live in a beautiful world.
Do you want me to explain?
Sorry, it's just a funny concept. Go ahead. Sorry.
It is funny. That's why I used it. But like, I want a world that isn't ecologically damaged beyond repair, right? I want to be able to breathe the air without coughing.
It's gonna
so
be
hard.
fine. What if you privatize
you don't
deer?
know that. You
If
just
you
like- you're literally just like,
privatize
fuck all
deer,
wildlife.
they're not gonna go extinct. They're not gonna go extinct.
I just gave you an example of like,
Chickens
where
aren't
this could
extinct,
happen,
and we eat them all the time. Pigs aren't extinct, and we eat them all every day.
right? They're not wildlife, right? Chickens aren't native to America. I don't.
What
I
do
could
you
give
mean
less
they're
of a
not
fuck if-
wildlife? They have wild
They're
chickens.
They're not. Yeah, in like Asia and shit, they're not native to America. If chickens go extinct in America, I don't care. That has nothing to do with the
Oh, so it's the deer you care about. The chickens, you fuck them.
the wildlife. Yes, the shit that lives around me, the natural environment around me. Are you like in 6th grade? Have you never heard of like an ecosystem?
Oh no, no. I dropped out of high school.
Based, bro. Fuck the government, but like.
But
Dude,
fuck
you're,
deer.
like,
Why should I care about deer or fucking polar
because
bear?
of the ecosystem. Because your system, your fucking environment's gonna get
You know,
raped.
polar bears, they like fucking. They
I don't give a fuck about polar bears.
Fucking polar bears.
I don't give a fuck about any animal specifically, but if you remove it from the ecosystem, you have no idea what that's going to cause to that ecosystem, right?
I'm sure
When
it'll
you
be
remove buffalo,
fine.
it completely raped a bunch of ecosystems.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure it'll be. I'm not gonna. I don't care if you think that.
No, I don't think it's
It's a
gonna
good
go
argument.
extinct. It's not gonna go extinct because if
It's
it
gonna go. It's gonna go extinct in multiple areas, right? Just like the buffalo. The buffalo used
nah,
to be
the
everywhere,
buffalo.
now
Okay, the
there's like
buffalo is not
18,000 of them.
extinct for one. The buffalo is not extinct.
It is damn near extinct.
No,
And
it's
it's only
not.
coming
You can
back
buy
due
a
to government
buffalo. I bet you
efforts.
can go and buy a buffalo.
Okay, how many buffalo existed before we came? A lot. All right, now it's only 30,000.
I bet you there's more buffalo now.
30,000.
Because we need buffalo. We need buffalo for things.
All right, so the reason why I'm bringing this up is because right now there is about 31,000 public buffalo, and in the past there was 30 million to 60 million, right? So we completely raped and devastated this buffalo.
And nothing
population.
happened.
And you can-
Everything's fine.
It literally
It's
did.
fine.
The Midwest-
Everything's fine.
Look, not everything. You're so stupid.
And everything is fine. We
It
didn't even
literally
need them.
it literally
Why did we
wasn't
need that
fine.
many buffalo?
Can I speak? Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
So the reason why everything is fine is because the areas we raped were not our areas, right? It was Native American areas, and what we did worked, right? Everyone there starved and died, and the ecosystem was raped.
What do you mean?
So
They're
when
still
we came-
Indians.
Yeah, there are still Indians the way there are still buffalo, right? There
Yes.
used to be millions and millions, now there are thousands, right? So this is like a retarded argument. You'd be like, oh, well, they still exist. Like,
Yeah,
sure,
but I don't
like,
think
they're not anywhere near
but the
population
Indians,
they
I
were.
don't think they reduced that much.
They literally did. What are you fucking talking about?
You think they
don't know
reduced?
anything.
Wait, you think they reduced because we hunted buffalo?
Yes. Are you literally don't know history. And also, that's a really great argument. I actually was convinced by you laughing.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right. It's a good argument.
No, that doesn't make any sense. That's silly.
Yeah, you're right. Removing someone's food source doesn't make sense. Why would they die after not eating?
Dude, they had plenty of buffalo there. I'm pretty sure they were fine.
60 million, now 30,000 due to conservation efforts, right? So
Dude,
what you're saying is just
30,000? There's
incoherent.
30,000 now.
Yes, due to conservation efforts, and there used to be 60 to 30 million. Are you not hearing that word?
That's because we didn't need that many.
Because we killed them all. Because we hated Indians.
Because we
It was
didn't need them.
No, it wasn't that we didn't need them. So the government was just like, hey, we'll
that
give you a bunch of money to start hunting buffalo. That's not what we did it for.
Well, I mean, listen, if
look
the
it up.
people
don't
were
believe me, look it up.
violating people's rights, as in like we had like there were some Indian people that were like owners of buffalo, and then they came in and then killed those buffalo, then oh my god, then I would say yeah, those people owe those people restitution. But if you're talking about people going out and hunting some fucking wild buffalo, I don't care.
Okay. You can
They're
say
fucking
that, but-
cows. I don't care.
Okay, but like, just like go fuck yourself.
We did
I
not
guess, bro.
need
Like,
that
starve.
many. Listen to me. I didn't even know that there was 30 million buffalo before, and there's only 30,000
why.
now. And as far as I could tell, everything is fine
I wonder why.
because we didn't need that many.
We didn't need them. It wasn't for us. It wasn't our food source. It was someone else's food source. That's why we killed them. That was the
We still
explicit
have
reason.
Indians.
Look it up. And there are far less of them than there would have been because a lot of them died and starved. You
I don't
understand
think
that,
it was.
right?
You think it was because of the buffalo?
Not just because of the buffalo. It was the reason, right? It was the explicit reason of the American government. I don't give a fuck whether it worked or not. That was the reason.
Why do you care
And
about
also-
buffalo so much? They don't. They don't even
It
do
is
that
an
much.
example of it is an example of us raping the ecosystem. If you look to the Midwest, it is.
But everything
pretty
is
fucking
fine.
barren.
What do you mean? As
everything
far
is-
as I can
is
tell, when
not-
I go outside, everything looks fine.
That's great to hear.
Okay, so I don't see what the issue is. Why do we need that many buffalo? What, you want to bring back 30 million buffalo? What are we gonna do with all these buffalo?
Well, okay, are you engaging with the why are you hyper fixated on the buffalo factor?
I mean, it was your it was your argument. I don't know.
My main point was that ecological damage is something we should care about. If you don't think we should care about it, that's fair enough.
I don't think it was that big a deal. I don't think it's that big a deal. Because I mean, I think we should care about it, but I think that privatization solves that issue. That's my argument. I think that maybe we would probably have more buffalo if it was more privatized. You ever think about that?
If it was more privatized, like if the Indians owned it.
Yeah.
The Indians are like private property. I stamped it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would the American government care?
Well, that's why I'm an AnCap.
Well, why would anyone care?
Well, I mean, that's why I'm an AnCap. I'm against the government.
I mean, sure. Why would anyone care, though? Even a non-government.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the Indians cared.
They did care, and then they got owned.
And then they got
no one cared
fucked.
about what they cared about. Yeah, no one cared about what they cared about, right?
Yeah. I mean, but they're still around.
I mean, barely.
Who cares about buffalo?
Probably people who are eating it.
Yeah. They can still eat it. They just, you know,
They could
there's
eat
just
it,
not
that's
that
what it
many walking around as they would otherwise be.
Nope. Modern day people can eat it, sure. Back then they couldn't.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think they just came in and just killed them all in one fell swoop. Like 30 million?
Okay,
That's
can you
like a
please-
lot.
Can you please look it up, because I don't know.
How
there's no
many do
point
you
in
think
just,
they
like, arguing
killed?
whether it's
How do you think they just mass genocide every buffalo in sight?
That was the explicit goal. Who do you think Buffalo Bill is? What do you think his goal was? Why do you think he was famous? What
I
do you
mean,
think his
listen,
job was?
I don't know. Maybe you're right. It just seems absurd to me.
It's so
but wait,
absurd.
that
Look it up once.
wait a
Just
minute.
Look it up on Google.
If there was more privatization, you must admit that would happen less because
All right,
there
I'll
would be
look it up.
people.
Americans killed tens of millions of buffaloes in the 19th century, reducing the population from estimated 30 to 60 million to fewer than 1,000 by the 1890s.
But why?
Primarily driven by commercial hide hunting, sport, and a U.S. government strategy to subdue Native Americans by destroying their main food source, leading to near extinction.
Okay, but that was kind of the government, right?
That was also commercial trade.
Yeah, but privatization, when you have privatization, right? Well, the thing is, when you have privatization, the people who are killing these buffalo, once they've realized that they're running low, they start to farm them. And then they don't go extinct.
Until they realize, oh wait, it's not my food source, it's my neighbor's food source, and my neighbor is gay, so fuck him.
Well, I don't support doing that.
Well, like that was what
I'm
happened.
an
It wasn't
NAPer.
just like,
I'm a napper.
oh shit, I forgot.
Anyways, I'm going to bed. Have a good night.
You too. See ya.
Have a good night, everyone. I hope you guys like my new camera.